You fire that up, boy. All right. Let me go over here.
For months now, her neighbors in Brooklyn, they don't want her back in the building.
It's actually puzzling to know that they let her out. Now what? I can't even, I don't even believe it. I thought they would never let her out.
Pritchett has refused to answer questions about her son Jacob's whereabouts, invoking her right against self-incrimination. A Brooklyn Supreme Court judge said, yeah, she has her Fifth Amendment rights, and then released her yesterday. 10:02 now. Let's head over to the 77 WABC Sports Desk, and here's Justin Ellis.
Okay, I got everything here. Toronto Field runs 1-35.
All right.
Just short.
Yeah, I'm good.
The Knicks advance to the
All right.
Cup semifinals for the first time in 3 tries by beating the struggling Raptors 117-101. Up next,
Let me see what.
until that semifinal matchup against Orlando in Vegas comes Saturday. To the Edson Elmont, Emil Heinemann scored in the 4th round of a shootout after
Gotta
New
get
York allowed
contact.
a goal in the closing seconds of regulation, and the Islanders beat the Vegas Golden Knights 5-4. Up next for the Owls, they'll host Anaheim tomorrow night. In Ottawa, Cody Glass scored the tie-breaking goal on a wrist shot with 7.5 remaining, and the Devils beat the Senators 4-3 to snap a 5-game skid. Up next for the Devs, they'll welcome in Tampa Bay tomorrow night. Rangers back at it tonight in Chicago against the Blackhawks at 7:30 p.m. puck drop in that one. And to the MLB, the Dodgers bolstered their bullpen yesterday, reaching a 3-year, $69 million deal with former Mets reliever Edwin Diaz. A deal by the Dodgers, who were targeting bullpen help this winter, set an average annual value.
All right, done with that. All right, let me minimize this. Then we open up the WSJTX. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. I sync to the band list. Oh. See, I put a new plugin here. FMDX web server. Let me get this cable over here. I'm charging my keyboard. That's why. Right there. See that? So now FMDX web server. I put a new plugin. It's called band sync plugin. So what it does is it's like a database of all the people that have been banned. So my server now it syncs with every other server on every other, I guess whatever location. I think it's like every other server type thing. And compares and they say, okay, So right now, I have a few people banned, but only 2 of them made it to the list, to the big list. So the rest of them are banned locally here. But the others, they're banned everywhere. So if you make it on that big list, you're banned here too. That's it. That's it. No more. So, it's not up to me now. It's not up to me. Whoever, if you know who you are out there, FMDX web server, if you act up anywhere and you get banned anywhere, you're going to get banned here too automatically. That's it. That's it. and I got nothing to do with it. I cannot unban you. That's a central. That's a big list now. So I had to ban somebody this morning because they kept auto connecting. I was trying to update my medium wave station, list, my local, for the local, when you go to my FMDX web server and you tune on medium wave, now I give you, there's like ID the station and all that. So I was, editing that. So of course I was rebooting every few minutes. I had to reboot because I had to update a record and see if it's working. Reboot, and some idiot kept auto connecting with me. Like I will see San Francisco, California, IP address, whatever. He's always connecting when I'm connecting. So that means he's auto connecting. So I gave him a warning. I said, listen, stop auto. I know through the chat. I said, listen, stop auto connecting or I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you. That's it. And then what he does, he keeps auto connecting. So I banned him. I banned the IP address. So what he does a few minutes later, he comes back with another IP address, a different one. So I said, okay, you want to be a smart ass now. So what I did is I banned the whole range. The whole range. The whole range. I'm not going to say one number, but it's going to be a lot of IP addresses under that range that are automatically banned. So if you fall in that IP range, thank him. Thank him. Because I don't care. It's no skin off my back. No skin off my back. If I ban a whole IP, if you're going to come back with different IP address and there's something similar to it, I'm going to ban the whole range. The whole range. We're talking about hundreds in one shot with a few keystrokes. That's it. The whole range gets banned. That's it. So thank him. If your IP address falls in that range, thank him. All right? That's the way I roll now. I'm laying down the hammer. So I also added the plugin. It was available. I said, I'm going to put the plugin. So anybody else that's acting up on all these servers and they get banned, even if you get banned in another server, now we all sync. I'm syncing with the central, with the guy that made the FMDX, the creator. So there was two of them already made it there that I had banned here locally. Two of them already made it. So I'm giving you know who you are. I'm giving you a warning now. If I ban you here and then you make it to the central, you're going to be banned everywhere. That's it. We're not fucking around no more with you guys. We're not fucking around anymore. You guys are going to get banned. The whole FMDX network, you're going to get banned. Just telling you. Oh my God. Don't try to snow me, man. Don't try to pull the wool over on me. Shit ain't gonna work, bro. I'm too old for that, bro. You're a bunch of kids out there, man. You're teenagers, man. Don't fuck around with an old master like me. Not only I ban you locally, now I'm syncing with the database. Now you want to fuck with me? I'm gonna fuck with you. You're gonna get banned through the whole fucking network now. No, I'm not on CB radio. I don't do CB radio. Sorry. That's another channel. No CB radio here, bro. Nothing wrong with it. I just don't do it. That's all. I just don't do it. That's all. I got bigger fish to fry. I never understood that whole CB thing. If you love CB radio so much and you're so smart on it, just get your license. You can talk on every band. I don't understand the whole, people investing so much on CB radio. And then you know, you can get your license too. I have CB radio. I do have a CB radio. I don't use it because nobody's on. Nobody's on. And when I hear something, it's a Super Bowl. That's the only thing I hear. It's a Super Bowl. The same guys over and over, stepping over everybody. Why would I want to be on CB radio? You know? Why? Don't understand that one, bro. I know people think that shit is cool. That shit ain't cool, man. That shit is old now. Like, you know, use your knowledge for other stuff. Like, stop wasting your time on the CB radio shit. It gets old, bro. All right, we're gonna do the switch. There we go. Tune. Yeah, I'm on fire today, bro. Because of this shit. I'm on fire today because of this. Because of this. I'm on fire. Let me close this. Let me close this for now. I need a confirmation for today for the day 10 of the 12 days of QRZ. So let me get that. So let me have everything set up. And there we go. All right. I'm on fire today. Good morning, Elmer Time. AD7LN. I hope you're doing well, my friend. You know, I don't have nothing against CB. It's just that there's a lot of channels. There's a lot of channels that cater to CB. I mean, why would I want to be interested in CB? I mean, you know, and there's a lot of smart people too on CB. But you know, my thing is at this point, if you know, if your knowledge is there, why don't you just get your license, and then you could talk. You know, I don't know what it is. It's just you know, so I'm done with dealing with them. You know, I try to bridge the two, but then it gets old. After a while, it gets old. It's like, you know, it gets old. Good morning, Goat Wrangler N0APX. Hope you're doing well, my friend. So yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't have nothing against CB. I have CB radio, but to me, CB is just, you know, it's old. I'm sorry, it's just old. It's not cool. It's not cute. And you know, it was a thing in the 70s and the 80s, I guess. If I fire up a CB radio, I don't even have one hooked up. But if I have, you know, I have it collecting dust upstairs. You know, all I hear is Super Bowl. Same people over and over on Channel 6. You know, blowing up, you know, whatever 1,000 watts, whatever. You know, what's the point of that? After a while, what's the point of it? I get it. You can be heard. You can be heard across the ocean. You know. And by the way, I can do the same thing with 100 watts. I can be heard around the world. Big deal. You know? You know what I mean? Because CB radio. Because you know, you want to stick it to the man. You don't want to, you don't think about, you know, license requirement. That's what some of that is that too. You want to stick it to the man. Give me a break. Shit is played out, yo. This shit is old. You know, I'm not dissing the guy. I'm just saying in general, I think CD's played out. They come here with that CB, I'm like, you just go away with that shit. Don't care for it. Why is it doing this? Okay, no wonder. Duh. We got that. Okay, let me fix all this up. Make sure. Okay, 28.74. What else? What else, bro? That's it. There you go. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm on fire. Yeah. No, because I've been in. You know why I say that, Elmer? Because I've been in forums. I've been in chats where they have CB. I used to follow this one guy. He's a CB guy. He seems like a cool guy, but then the people that come in there, they start bashing amateur radio. I'm like, bro, like, you don't need to go there. So you know what? I like to give it right back sometimes. And the thing is, I don't dislike CB radio. It's just I don't care for it. I'd say it's not interesting to me. It's not. It's not. It was something that in the 1970s it was popular. I know people got nicknames for it. That chicken band, whatever. We got 7200. We got 7200. That's what we got here. So you're always gonna have jerk offs in every band. So right now it's just channel 6. And that's what I hear, channel 6. Sometimes I hear a couple of locals around here. And then, you could tell that they don't sound very smart. I hate to say it. And that's when I was like, and I had a CB radio here. You remember when I had the CB radio here, I would turn it on. And then I was like, do I really want to talk to stupid people? And then I say, nah. I go like this. I really want to talk to, fuck no. Why bother? Why bother? Stick it to the man. That's why they don't want to get their license. They don't want to pay $35 for 10 years. I mean, if you think about it, he's less than, not even a cup of coffee. A cup of coffee is a lot more than $3.50 now. But it's a lot less than a cup of coffee a year. And you get a call sign. Even if you become a technician, you get a call sign. You can work other modes. I don't understand that. If you have so much knowledge, just get the license. I just never understood that mindset. Because you want to stick it to the man and not give him $3.50. It's $35 of 10 years. You want to stick it to the man. I said, yeah, I'm going to stick it to the man. All right, let's see. Let me tweak this ban list setting. So let me see. Settings. All right, let me take care of this guy. Let me take care of this guy first. CB radio. Unbelievable. Ugh. CB radio. You got GMRS. people use now. You got, you know, MRS. I mean, MU. You know, MERS. You got all this CB radio. Ugh. Blech. Blech. You gotta hit me. You should have came in there earlier. Let me ease it up a little bit, but come over here just right away. CB radio. Ugh. Why would I want anything to do with that? All right, let me see. The setting. What's the setting? Settings. Sync interval. I'm gonna do every 2 hours. Let's save that. Yeah, let me do every 2 hours. Yeah, I'll do every 2 hours. Let it sync every 2 hours instead of every hour. I think every hour is too much. It's not that many people on FMDX web server. So every 2 hours, I'll do that. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm doing this FMDX web server. I should just pull the plug on it. You know? But I figure, you know, let me tweak it, and then, you know, I'm telling you, there's so much drama with this server stuff. KB5WQW. Good morning. So yeah. Oh my God. All right, come on, let's wrap it up. Oh shoot, my bad. Sorry. What am I doing? My bad. I wasn't even paying attention. I wasn't even paying attention. I wasn't even transmitting. He's sending me okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. All right, anyway, I think I'm gonna okay, sorry about that. Anyway. My bad. Sorry about that. Yeah, let me see. Sorry about that. There we go. Sorry about that. My bad. Let me close that. All right. Sorry about that. So let me minimize this one. The AirSpy is online, of course. The AirSpy SDR. So you go to airspy.com/this directory, and then, you know, I'm in Yonkers, New York. You go in there, you can use the AirSpy. That one is hooked up to the MFG 1886 loop. And then, of course, the FMDX web server. And that one right now is not is I put an admin lock on it because I'm testing it out, so nobody can use it anyway. Right now, I'm just testing it out for a few more hours. Then I'll release it to the public again. Because apparently, when I'm testing in there, some idiots keep bothering me in the chat. Knowing that I'm testing it, they keep nagging me. You know, I'm not going to say who it is. You know who he is. Right now, he's like 2 seconds away from getting the hammer for good. But I'm going to let the database take care of that. Elmer time. Because now I have a universal database. So there's no more local ban now. You know, if I ban him from the server here, and that makes it to the central database, he's gonna be banned all those. Right now, there's how many DX web servers out there? Let's see. I'll tell you right now. Last time I counted was over 400. Yeah, 411. 411 FM DX web servers. So we're not playing no more, folks. All you people are causing drama on these servers. Now, if you get banned, it's going to be universal. All 400 of them are going to ban you. I'm laughing because I'm going to see, you know, when that person gets banned, they're going to have a. Oh my God. About time they did. I'm happy today. I'm giddy today. I finally. Oh my God, that's funny. It's unfortunate because, you know, you want to share your radio with the world, right? You know, like SDR, you want to share the radio. But then you got to select few idiots that just keep messing it up for everybody else. You know what I'm talking about. It's always the case. It's always one or two people that got to mess it up for everybody else. And so we figured out how to, you know, ban them on every server. That's it. And that day is coming. So my message to those kids out there that keep fucking around, you're going to find out. You're going to find out. You're going to find out. You keep doing drama. You keep disrespecting people. You know? You're going to get banned. You're going to get banned through the whole network. You're going to get banned. You know? It's not cool, bro. You know? When I share my server, you could go in there. I have a simple rule. You go in there, 1 hour limit, you could listen. I'm being generous. 1 hour limit, you can listen to all you want on that server. And then it kicks you off. Now, of course, but it kicks you off, but it's, you know, obviously you can come back in right away. And that's what happens. Some people get kicked off, they come back in and they hog it up for another 2 or 3 hours. And then you got some that automatically connect. And that's when I get pissed off at them. I say, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, like I'm already giving you an hour to listen to. Why you have to just, you know, be a complete, you know, dick about it, you know? It's sad, you know? And that's what happens. Those are the ones that are messing it up for everybody else. What the hell? Anyway, there you go. I'm just trying to get a confirmation, a couple of contacts confirmed, and I'm done because I got a lot to do today. I just wanted to get the day 10 of the QRZ, 12 days of QRZ, so I can get the badge, the holiday badge. Hello, DeVault. Good afternoon for you now. You're in Latvia, right? Where are you in Latvia? Getting bit of flags on PSK report for U.S. West Coast on 80 meters, but like when the cold. Okay. Yeah, I can't do 80. I wish I could do 80. But right now, yeah. I only could do 10. So, hello, Signal Voyage SSTV. I'm sorry. Signal Voyage. Hello. I don't know. Good morning. I don't know where you're located, but hello and good afternoon. So, don't tell me crash. It crashed. Okay. Yeah, this is a problem with the AirSpy server. My God, man. Let me click on it again. Let me launch it again. All right. Sorry about that. See, if I have it open like this, it doesn't crash. Wow. It just crashed right now. It was on and then it gone. Wow. All right. Let me log this guy in. Colombia. 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 All right. All right. Let me see if I got one confirmed. Nope, not yet. No confirmed contact yet. Okay. Wow. Not yet. Soon. I just need one. I need one for today. Okay, you're in Pennsylvania. Okay, Pennsylvania on top of the mountain Somerset. Okay. The volts, yeah, still on. Okay, YL. Low bands are tricky, high noise, large antenna. I have S7 QRM. Yeah. Well, over here, of course, well, I was doing the medium wave database last night. I was tuning the band, and the noise floor went is a lot higher now. But over here is because of the holidays. Everybody has LED, LED lights and all that. All my neighbors have LED lights right now. Well, including me, I do have LED lights too. The holidays. So right now, the noise is same thing with the shortwave bands. Shortwave listening right now, it's very noisy right now. I can't. I think the only antenna that's okay is my MFJ 86 loop. But my end fan on shortwave right now, it's noisy. It's noisy. It's bad. It's really bad. And some people are running, those inflatable decorations. So they have a motor. So that's a motor with a fan, it's a motor. Those things are going, all day. All night, excuse me, not all day. Some of them all day and all night. So yeah, Vault said, yeah, went from S6 to S7 due to neighbors running some lights. Yeah. So that's gonna be like that till the new year. So you're gonna get that till the new year. Yeah, because over here, forget it. Conditions are like, really noisy. I was like, wow. Like, for example, the medium wave band, 500, 530, all the way up to, when I get to about 1130 kilohertz, Bloomberg, 1280, it starts getting the noise floor. By the time I get to about the latter part of the medium wave band, the noise is too high. It's too high. It's like nothing. Like around, and I'm talking about during the day. At night, a couple of stations I get like last night I heard 1520, which I normally get all the time. And that's Buffalo, ESPN radio in Buffalo. I get that one. That one was coming in okay. I even heard 1540 KXCL, but it's not the best. I usually get a lot better. And then after that, it's noisy. Forget it. Nothing. Can't even medium wave DX. Barely medium wave DX. You can't even medium wave DX. Nothing. So forget about medium wave DX. I can't even do that. I'm gonna switch over to somebody else. I say we're another cycle. All right, still on. Okay, so let me keep on. Signal Voyage SSTV. Yeah, I get extra noise for a lot of the satellites too. Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate that's the way it is now. My area here, when I first moved here 13 years ago, there wasn't a lot of people here. It was kind of a quiet. It was a quiet. I live on a dead end street. This area was quiet. I mean, quiet. There was nobody. You know, only one person lived in that house. One person lived in that house. This house and they had that. Now it's like 3 families here, 2 families here, 4 families here. So it's not only the lights, it's all the televisions going on. It's all the whatever they're doing. I noticed now. I used to listen to long wave, you know, beacons. Of course, they're no longer there. Most of them are decommissioned. I even heard the time signal. Now I cannot listen. I cannot hear anything because the noise floor is too high now. The noise floor is too high. It's too high now. It's actually killing my hobby. At least 10 meters right now. It's at least 10 meters right now. I'm good. Because 10 meters and it's seasonal. This is seasonal. So I think 10 meters I'm okay, But if it wasn't for that, I don't know what I would do. Because I'm not in a hurry to upgrade. I'm not in a hurry to upgrade because really, I don't know. I just don't have the motivation to do it now. I'm at the point now that I pretty much achieved everything I want to achieve. Yeah, I'm going to upgrade just to talk to a few more people. I make contact with a few more people. That's it. And that's it. That's the only motivation I have left. Moving to the countryside, an option, only my dreams. Yeah, same here. Yeah, there was a time we thought about moving but we have a son. He's 11 years old. I don't want to uproot him out of here now. And then he has to start a new school and all that. Right now he's been in this school. That's where he's at today. So he's in the 5th grade in this school. So he has 3 more years in this school before he graduates, and then he goes to high school. So I know because I hated that when my mom when we had to move, we had to start at a new school over again, and then you don't know anybody. It's rough on kids. I can imagine military parents that they have to move a lot. That's hard on kids because like me, I grew up in the neighborhood that I grew up. I grew up there almost all my after 8 years old, not 8, excuse me, 9 years old, all the way up to I was 40. I lived in the same block. So I grew up with all those people that were there. And I don't want to take that away from him. I wouldn't want to move right now. Like he finally got used to going to school. And he has friends in there, like he has a couple of friends now. So for me to take him to another school and then take him to another school and then he has to start over. And now we have to move. It's hard to move. It's hard. Like right now, you see, I had to move to settle everything here. For me to move now, I don't want to move. I really don't want to move now. There was a time I wanted to move, but I don't want to move now. I'll just, I'll just do something else. I have other hobbies anyway. It's not like I have other hobbies that I enjoy and I would like to do more of. So, if one hobby gets to the point where you can't do it anymore, then there's another hobby for me. Like I just started doing FMDXing over the summer. Over the summer, you know. So right now, we're gonna stay here. I think about 3 years ago we thought about moving to Florida, but then now I'm glad we didn't. I'm glad we didn't. And of course, here you do pay a lot more money. It costs a lot more here in New York, but you know, I can't worry about all that stuff that happens. I can't worry about stupid people voting for stupid people. I have no control over that. So, but I have my little, I like our house. It's a nice old house. It keeps me busy fixing it up. It's a 100-year-old house. I have a yard. I have a couple of loop antennas out there. I have 80 feet of wire. And fed. I can't ask for no more than that. You got to appreciate sometimes what you have. And I have to admit, I'm blessed. So, it's the reality of the fact that there's more people living here now. There's a lot more people living in this area now. So, but sometimes I have good nights. There's nights that I could hear, I get good DX and all that. But right now in the holidays, forget it. Not right now. After the new year, everybody takes down their lights. Then it gets better. Then, then by springtime, I enjoy it again. It's not a total disaster. But yeah, you got to make the best of what you have. Yeah, it'd be nice to have acres of land and move all the way up in the country. But wherever you move at, it's still gonna eventually catch up. Because we travel, we go here and there. Not like I went to for example a couple of summers ago we went to Hershey, Pennsylvania. It's a nice town there, and and I was like, oh, this is kind of nice. We was in the hotel room I was staying at. Forget it, I couldn't hear nothing because they had an indoor pool. So there's an indoor pool. There's a pool pump, and it obliterated the whole medium wave band. No short wave. It was horrible. So I was like, it doesn't matter. It's just, and then of course you got 5G. Before you know, there's gonna be 6G. 6G is already out. So it's just a sign of the times. More and more medium wave stations are closing, especially in Europe. They're really closing faster in Europe. Uh, you know, the votes time flies through 5 to 7 years, and things will likely look different. Yeah, I think it will, and I would look for something that's at least a quarter to a half a mile in the closest next building. Yeah. We're gonna look. We're still gonna look. We're still looking for another property, but not right now. Right now, we just poured a whole bunch of money to put a new kitchen. I just rebuilt the new kitchen. So now I gotta redo the. I gotta rebuild the whole new bathroom and the shower and all that. I gotta do all that. No, we're not gonna go anywhere now. Forget it. That window of opportunity came and went. Not going anywhere now. My son is gonna be in that. He's gonna graduate from that school, and then he's gonna go to high school. And in high school, right now, there's a good high. Yonkers. That's one thing about Yonkers. Yonkers has good schools. Yonkers is ranked up there in schools. They have very good schools here. So the high school, we're already looking into high school, not far from. It's only not even a mile away from here. The high school. It's about a half a mile. Not even about a half a mile from here. School, and it's a very good high school, and it's a public school too. Very good public schools here. So, don't tell me it crashed again. It crashed again. It crashed again. The Air Spy. Wow. Yeah, it crashed again. See, this is the FMDX web server. This is the program that runs with it. The third window is gone. It just crashed again. Wow. Holy moly. Hello, James Farley. I hope you're doing well. Good morning. It's a lot better today. It's 36 degrees Fahrenheit. There's going to be a chance of rain later on today. It's a lot better than it was yesterday. Yesterday was cold. Last couple of days, it was really cold. So I'll take a day like today. Above freezing. Above freezing. I'll take a day like today. What is this? I got out to one. Oh, Reunion Island. Okay. Reunion Island. All right, so I got hurt in Reunion Island. But he's not on. I need that island too. I need that island. Yeah, I had a good last spring when 6 meters was crazy. It was really good. I made a bunch of contacts on 6 meters. So yeah, it was great. Remember James Farley remembers. For about I think it was like 4 days. It was really good. It was really good. And I made contacts all over the United States. Coast to coast. Coast to coast. On 6 meters. I was all over the country and Canada. All over the country in Canada. Yeah, it was really good. It was like, wow. So yeah. So also you could look into 6 meter April to October, probably better noise conditions usually, but really needs a Yagi and can get away with 5 elements or so. Yeah. Well, I did it with the NFET. I was like, it was really good conditions. And James Farley, my sciatica has been acting up. I've been in bed for wow. Yeah, that was me last week. Last week I was I had lower back pain for about 3 days. 3 days. But now I'm good. I'm good now. I'm gonna be out not too long, and then Rest of the day, I gotta go up and down the stairs. I gotta take boxes because we're getting ready for Saturday. We're gonna have a birthday party for my son, so we're gonna have a couple of guests at the house. So I gotta clean up the house, straightening up. I'm straightening it up. My wife is at work. She's off tomorrow. Then tomorrow she's gonna. But I want to move some. I gotta move some stuff around today. Just carrying boxes up and down, putting them over there. Yeah, I know. With a Yagi, I could have worked further out. Yeah. At some point, I will get a Yagi for the for that switch, and maybe have a switch for like this way that I can have and fed a Yagi, and then back and forth. All right, let me see if I got a new alert. Okay, let's see if I got a confirmation. I got 2 confirmation. So let me go to my logbook. "12 days of QRZ 2025. Let's see. Yep, I got day 10. I got day 10. There you go. So I got to confirm. I got a couple of. So I could wrap it up on Friday. Friday, I can wrap it up. Another badge. So I'm trying to get another. You see, we love badges. Come on, zoom in there. Anyway, it's 2025, 12 days of QRZ. So I should get it by tomorrow's Thursday, right? Then Friday. Yeah, I want to wrap it up already, that thing. Yeah. Oh, let me see. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here. Oh, over here it's not. Because I look at the grid tracker right now. 6 meters is nothing there. Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, James, you remember, right? Yeah, I remember that day you were making contacts like crazy. Yeah, remember? It was crazy. I was like a kid in a candy store, man. It was crazy. 6 meters was pumping. And on both frequencies. FTA is 2 frequencies. It's 2 frequencies on FTA. Well, they were both on, but of course the first one was the one that was the most. But the other one still had a few. So it was crazy. And then I couldn't do voice. I couldn't get anybody on voice. So, but it was crazy. It was right. It was crazy. And then that was when the whole solar thing. It was crazy there. And then that was when around that time was when I called my first FMDX. around that time too. FMDX too. I caught it was like my first FMDX catch of the season was around that time too. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see anybody I want to talk to here. Not really. Let me see anybody I want to talk to. Let me see what happens if I
806, Delta India Lima. Cheerio, sir, and thank you for taking the call. Clear on your finals. Thank you. Roger, thank you very much, Mario. Thank you for back to your station. Okay, very important thing, crazy book home confirmation. Okay. My condition is my consumer. Motorola.
all right.
Motorola.
I'm gonna see if I can talk to somebody.
Okay. Hotspot. My condition. Okay, my friend. Take for contact your station. Signal 5969. Okay, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was crazy that day. Oh my god, it was like I was like a kid in a candy store. Oh, I was asking about you yesterday. I was saying like when you're gonna go get the well, you have your tech license. I was gonna say, why don't you just get a HF, you know? I don't know. I don't know when I'm gonna get my general. I guess I have to look forward for that for the new year, I guess. Because this kitchen thing took me the whole summer. And the whole kitchen project. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of work. It really literally took the whole summer. You know, with no help. All by myself. My wife helped me out here and there, you know, hold up a cabinet but I had to prep the wall, I had to do the plumbing, all the plumbing had to be done. I never did something so much under so much that kitchen was a mess. Even the floor was falling apart in that corner. And the present temperature is about 6 degrees Celsius, so no snowfall in the. Okay, let me. So how's everything in Canada, Mario? Back to you, Victor. Oh, he's talking to Mario. Okay, Mario. Yeah, that's how I was saying that. Because the was fairly easy to get licensed here. I think it's harder over the. Well, the problem with the general is like it covers stuff that it's kind of outdated, to be honest. It covers stuff that you know I'm never gonna do. Like I'm never gonna open up my radio, things like that. You know. And there's a proposal. I mean, they're talking about a proposal, but that's gonna take a few years. Probably within the next 5 years to just expand it. Because what I was saying yesterday was that I know in England even the foundation one, which is the entry level one, you have access to pretty much all the HF bands. It's a small portion, and it's only 20 watts, but at least you have access to it. Over here for technician, you only have access to 10 meters. That's it on HF. Everything else you have to do CW. Like what I was saying is a lot of newcomers are not going to want to learn. They don't want to learn CW. They don't care for it. They want to just, they want to get on HF and do So I don't understand the whole upgrade just to talk. Just the same thing I'm doing now, I could be doing on 20. I could be doing on 15. It's the same thing. You understand? It's the same thing. So, yeah, but the same thing. It's the same thing. A lot of that safety stuff, it was covered. Most of it is covered in the technician. It's common sense stuff. I think they just need to expand it because the problem is, there's I believe it's like 2/3 of all operators in the United States, the amateur operator, are technician, or that's it, technician. And there's a lot of them are not going to upgrade. They're not going to upgrade. And what happen is as the older people go away, you know what I mean by that? There's going to be a void. There's going to be a void. And if that void is not filled, what's happening here in the United States is they're selling off those frequencies. They're selling off the spectrum, whatever part is happening with satellite, like C-band. It's happening with television. TV band. There's a portion of it that got sold off to 5G and all that. So it's a matter of time they're going to sell some of that off too if it's not being used. Yeah, and I understand that. I understand that. Even as a technician, I understand that. It's not. Believe me, it's not. It's not much. It doesn't take. They could expand it. And I'm not saying it for myself. Because I know more than the average person that's going to take the test. I'm saying it for the future. For future, because remember 20 years ago, whatever it was, there was no FTA. I mean, FTA, whether people don't like it, whether you like it or not, FTA is the most popular out of all the bands. If you go to every band, if you go to a lot of people's QRZ and see their log, a lot of it is FTA. Yeah, they got some single sideband in there, but a lot of people do FTA. FTA is like, I believe it's like 75% of all the I'm going to call it traffic, but you know what I mean. And then, you got 20% or 25, or I want to say 20, 23% is single sideband, whatever. Then you got a small portion of other stuff. That's it. But the majority is FTA. I could look at, I could go to everybody's QRZ and I could tell you. When I look at their, they have 5,000 contacts. More than half of it is FTA. Unless you're a CW guy. Yeah, that too. So my thing is they should give the technician a little more, 20, at least 20 meters. Give them a portion of that to do voice and data. That's a popular one. Do 20. And then maybe throw in 40. you know, and then maybe one of the other 15 or 12, whatever, and then, you know. And by the way, you know, in the UK, Married to the X, he could go all the way down to 160 if he wanted to with digital. He's a foundation. Why can't they do it here? You see what I'm saying? I think over here they're slow. They're slow to you know. You understand? No newcomer is gonna want to be, you know, a newcomer is not gonna come in here and be like, okay, I can talk. I can talk on. I lost my train of thought now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, a newcomer can say, okay, well, I can only talk on 10 meters, single sideband. I can only do FTI on 10 meters. And I'm talking about HF. I'm not talking about 6 meters. Forget it. I'm talking about HF. And then, but if I want to do all the other HF, I have to learn CW. That's a big, you know, thing to do. You know, a lot of people don't want to do that. They're young kids. They don't want to do. They don't want to do all that. They want. They'll do 10, and then they. Yeah, I know. It's not. But I'm saying that they don't want to do that. Like me, I don't. I plan to do it, but I'm not in a hurry to do it. You understand? So I think the future of it right now is they're gonna have to open it up. Otherwise, they're gonna lose the. They're gonna start losing because as the older people go away or die off, whatever I'm gonna, you know, the way I'm gonna say it, he's gonna fill a void. There's gonna be a void, and if that void is not filled, then you're gonna start losing portions of these bands. They're gonna start selling off. They're gonna start selling off these bands. They're gonna start selling off the. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. I was right about a few things, and I'm telling you, this is gonna happen for this. You know, people are stuck in the Stone Age. In fact, I talk to even on DMR, I talk to old timers all the time, and a lot of them don't even do a single sideband anymore. They don't do it because they live in an HOA. They live in an HOA, or they live in some home, whatever you want to call it. They can't have all that gear, so they have to have a modest setup. So when you do something like FTA, you don't need. You can do that with a very modest setup. You don't need very you know very little power for it. It's a weak signal mode. Unlike single sideband, you need to get out. You need you know. But with FTA, you don't. And more and more people, even the old timers, they move to a nursing home, whatever you want to call it, or whatever. They live in an HOA. They can, like you just said, you gotta have gear. They're not gonna be able to run all these long wires. They can't. And I speak to some on DMR, and that's what they said. They said, no, I live in a HOA. Yeah, they got these gutter buster antenna and all that stuff. Yeah, but that's what's holding us up. Is and I don't mean me, because I'm 59. I'm talking about the young kids, and that's another thing. The power limit, exactly. just like my Radio DX's foundation thing. You know, and by the way, technician is only 200 watts. I'm only limited to 200 watts. So they can do the same thing for the other, you know, like if you want to give 20 meters, you put a limit of 200 watts only. You don't, you know, you're not going to give them, you give them the same thing, 200 watts and so on. So, because from what I see now, I don't even want to upgrade because it's not worth it's not worth the hassle. If they're gonna expand it, because I don't, you know what happened to me? I'm gonna tell you what happened to me. Because that's how fast sometimes they change. I pay $70 for my license. You know what happened within not even a year later? They lowered down to 35. Same thing with the GMRS the year before that. I paid $70. On suddenly they changed it to 35. So again, I don't want to break my head over this test. I passed the test, and then a year later, they expand this shit. You know, it's getting to the point where it's not. I don't want to bother with that anymore. That's the way I feel. Because my plan is I don't care about power. Uh, my rate is only 100 watts. That's the most I can do. 100 watts. I don't on any band. I don't ever want to go above that anyway. I don't ever want to. I'm not gonna get no amplifier for that. No. A lot of people buy radios now. You know, like 100 watts is fine. You know, them days are over. People that do that usually is old timers. They have, you know, but I don't care for that. So you're talking about safety. If you're talking about safety, you know, yeah. So boss, we have technical and math part here, but the threshold I believe is 60%. So if you know legal safety, and then you know the reality, you need to know legal operation. Yeah, of course. Not interfere. Yeah, of course. I prefer single sideband these days. Me, I don't care about single sideband to be honest. My time is very limited. Uh, you know, when there's times like for example, especially I can remember times that I literally 10 minutes or so trying to get through, and I'm at 100 watts. You know, it's like okay, enough of this, enough of this. Yeah, most people start here with FTA due to that. Yeah, no, the same thing. There's no requirement CW. There's none of that. Estonia is granting a Class D license. They get 80, 10, 6, 2 with 10 power limit. Very cute questions. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing, you know. Your radio is good as your antenna, you know. My antenna is pretty good. I mean, it does well. As you can see behind me, it does well. So there you go. Does well. See that? Boom. Exactly. That's what I learned. That's what I learned from all this. Uh, not about power. It's about how, you know, how well your antenna performs. How well your antenna performs. Okay, there you go. All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, best amplifier is in the antenna. Is the antenna? Yeah, exactly. That's the best. You know, that's what I say. That's why I love this. That's why I love this mode because you don't need much power. It's a weak signal. And when I look at something like this, I say, man, I say, wow, that's not a bad antenna. That's not a bad antenna right there. 80 feet of wire from the tree going down in my backyard and 64 to 1 onion. That's good. And I even same thing with the G90. Same antenna I use. Same thing. It's just 20 watts on that one. I could go up to 100 with that one. That's the only difference. And actually, this one is actually better anyway but yeah, same antenna. So I don't need no. I don't need to go over that. Okay, you can check out YL30I last 24 hours. You'll see a decent 6 meter prop today, and not bad on 80. Okay, all right. I make a couple of more, then I'm gonna wrap it up. So I got my let's see where I'm at now. I got my another one. Okay, there we go. Thank you for that confirmation. So I got, okay, here we go. Anyway, let me open up this FM thing for them. Let me see how it is now. Why is it doing that? All right, let me open this thing up for them. FMDX web server. Enough testing. Oh, wow, the sporadic key. Sporadic key. FM up to 98 megahertz. Wow, sporadic key. Ooh, interesting. Sporadic key. North America. Look at that. And maybe there's something there. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, let me minimize. Let me see. Let's see. Let me unlock the. Let me unlock that. Let me go back to the tuner. Let me minimize this. I put a live map. Okay, I can't. I'm gonna get hit with the copyright. Forgot about the copyright nonsense. And let me do a silent mode, see what I get. 88.5, that will be Connecticut.
French or not, but if it is,
Oh, 90.5. Let me check 90.9. Let me see what comes in 90.9. All right, take care of the volts. It's sporadic key, right? So let me see sporadic key. I'm on 90.9. Let me see. I hear something, but that's probably Philly. Wow. Sporadic key up to 98 megahertz. Right now I got a 90.9. So most likely it's Philly, but I'll give it a few minutes. Trying to get an ID too. I'm gonna put the admin lock because I don't want nobody coming here and beating me. Let me lock it. Nobody tunes when I'm doing this. All right, there we go. There you go, 73. Thank you very much. Thank you for the contact. Let me go back over here. All right. Trying to see what. I can hear something, but that's not bad. I mean, yeah, right in middle of December, almost. I can hear Philly. My FM antenna is pretty good. That's Philly, most likely. WHYY. But that's so I have picked up other stations there, by the way, sporadically. Trying to break through now. December 10th. Wow.
And so before antitrust enforcers will look at this deal, someone actually has to buy the company with a form that they have a hard copy email form. And then they will start, get a bunch of information and start investigating.
I mean, but then again, that's not sporadically, that's tropo. So Philly is about 100 miles away. So 90, to be exact, like 98 miles or something. I don't know. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But I'm hoping it's something else, though. All right. Trying to come in. Let me try.
Streaming services. There is a lot of
wiped out. The education department is terminating this plan, calling it illegal and costly. German, French, and British troops met no man's land.
If there's any thought around legislation to regulate.
A las 12 p.m. hora Pacífico, 2 p.m.
As I learned, trust
Mientras aprendo a confiar en Dios, He releases His kingdom life into me. La visión del sembrador, miércoles a las 10:30 a.m. tiempo pacífico, 12:30 p.m. hora central.
Adiós. Oiga.
Taking on Toronto Sunday, December 20th.
We're looking at these matters that will help.
Listeners with the Webserver Show. The award-winning show is consistently ranked in the top 5 talk radio shows in Connecticut. Lisa's listeners are devoted and loyal.
Praise the Lord, the God of Israel, because He has visited.
Kept trying to keep me down.
I love you, I meant it.
Yeah, something. Let me go back to 90.9. I'll try a few more minutes for 90.9.
I will be the number fan.
It's
and there were bidding wars, and new showrunners and new creators were getting a shot, and so there was a lot of positive that came out of that period. But it's also
All right. Anyway, there you go. Yeah. All right. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me release it to the public. Sorry about that. Admin lock. Let me take it off. Let me release the radio to the public. All right. So now anybody can connect to it. Let me refresh it. All right. Anyway, all right. Let me. There you go. So anybody can go use the radio now. I release it to the public. The FMDX web server. I thought it was some sporadic key, but that sounds like Philly. So yeah, not gonna break my head over that one because that's Philly. I always, that is a tropo, but it's still pretty good considering that it's cold. Considering it's cold, it's not bad. I underestimate that FM dipole. FM dipole or the I call it the FM loop because it looks like a loop. It's a folded dipole, actually. All right. And there you go. And I'm gonna wait a few minutes. Let me give it a break for a few minutes. So anybody want to chime in? Because I'm gonna sign off soon if nobody wants to chime in. I'm gonna put a 2-hour limit on this live stream today. But if anybody want to chime in, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'm gonna end it. So anyway, I'm not gonna do this. Let me turn this off. So I am gonna get ready to do some cleaning for the rest of the day, and then I'll probably be back tomorrow for day 11 of the 12 days of QRZ. So let me see. Let's see if this guy here, if he's done. Okay, he's done. So let me do a couple of more. Now round it off to the 2-hour mark. So let me close this. I'm not going to do this. I'm done with that. Another alert. Okay, good. Another confirm. I got my confirmation. All right, cool. Very good. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you got a glimpse of the island because that stool is for the island. Yeah, kitchen island. So James Foley, yeah, I watched your kitchen chair assembly project the other day. Yeah, yeah, that's for the kitchen island. So when I wanted to show the whole kitchen, but my wife is such a slob. Every time I clean the kitchen, like the next day, it's clutter all over the place. You know, you would think that here goes. You would think that all that storage space, you put everything away in the storage and all those cabinets. No, everything's still all over the place. Because I want to take a picture of it. I want to take a few pictures of the new kitchen and put on Instagram so people can see it. You know, like Tasso asked me, I want to see the kitchen already, but you know, I'm always leaving a freaking mess. So you know, and I said that like a week ago. She got mad at me. You were gonna. I said, listen, what's the point of me building this kitchen? I thought you'd be happy about it, and you put everything away. Why everything's all over the place? So, by the way, that shot, I had to clean up that area, and there was still clutter. I'm telling you. And she hates when I said that, but it's the truth. I said, listen, you gotta understand something. Before we met, before we you know, my wife and I met, I grew up kind of a neat freak. I was always I don't know, call it my OCD, whatever you want to call it. I like to have everything organized. My room was immaculate. I have posters on the wall. I have bookshelves. I have my books. I have my books organized according to topic. Things like that. Of course, I had a few girlfriends over in my life, and then I met her, and then when she would stay with me, the place got chaotic. And my room was organized. I had a big room. I had a big room, and my I had a set of weights all the way on the other side. I had organized. I had my gym area. I got my entertainment center. Everything. Started putting clothes on use my weight bench as a clothes rack. Things like that. It all went downhill from there when it comes to and it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. Has not changed. 25 years later, has not changed. So yeah, I remodeled that kitchen. Looks like brand new kitchen. Everything nice. I even put up the picture frames. Everything all nice. Within like the next day, you start seeing pots and pans all over the place. Like it's a mess. A mess. And other people say, why you talk bad about it? Because hey, it's the truth. I'm not gonna pretend like, she knows that. I tell her all the time. I said, listen, if I show you a picture of a car, my car would never be that filthy inside. All right? I'm just telling you, And my son giggles. He laughs and giggles when I say that, but it's true. I said, no, she's a slob. She's a slob, straight up. Straight up. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it, bro. So when I did that shot, I had to clear some space. Because I would have been like, oh, look at the new kitchen. I couldn't do that. Not for that video. Nope. And I told her, I said, I want to shoot a video here. Why? I said, I want to shoot a video here already. Why is all this stuff all over the place? I thought all the cabinets were going to solve the issue about storage. Like, you got more than enough storage. Nothing should be on top of this countertop. Especially the kitchen island. There should be nothing on top of this. But no, it's cluttered. Cluttered. You feel me? It drives me up the wall. And that's just that's not gonna change. I'll remodel the bathroom, and right now it's a mess in there. Because you know how many times I've done that? You know how many times I cleaned up the place? Not even 24 hours. There's stuff all over the floor. Clothes over here. When I come home, I'm gonna give you a difference between me and her when we come home from I come home from outside. If I got a jacket, I take it off. I have an area where I have a hook. No, she doesn't do that. She just throws it on the fucking sofa. Fucking tosses shit. My ski hat, or if I have a hat, I got an area where it's right now. The door has the hanger thingy, the hook, right there. I know where to find it. Nah. But anyway, she doesn't wear hats. She doesn't wear any hat. Even when it's freezing, she won't wear a hat. Me, I don't got my ski hat on. I take it off, but it's right there. I know where it's at. I don't toss shit. I know this is approaching the second hour, so this is the part that I just talking about anything else. But yeah, that's what I'm living with. That's what I'm living with for real. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. People say, "Damn, you throw her under the bus." Yeah, well, you know, you are what you are. I mean, she throws daggers at me. I know probably some people say, "Damn, you throw her under the bus." No, it's just, listen, that part is over. When you've been married and been together for so long, that part is over. She throws me under the bus all the time to whoever she talks to. So, you know, even to my son, she throws me under the bus with my son. So what's different? You know, I'm saying the truth. She's just she can't organize. She's a slob. That's the truth. And she hoards. You think I'm a hoarder? I'm a radio hoarder, but I stopped. I actually, that's it. I'm not buying no more radios. I'm done. Especially big purchase, I'm done. I was gonna get another major purchase later on, but I'm done. This is my last major purchase when it comes to. I'm done. Maybe if when I get the general, maybe I'll reward myself with Icom IT7300 or something. I don't know. But right now, I'm at the point now where I'm running out of space to store, so I'm gonna start offloading a few things. But I try to organize. I always try. I've been doing that since I can remember, since I was a kid. I was always organizing. Like when I had my, like I have video games. Of course, we all have video. Well, I don't know about we all, but I know I even when I have video game consoles, I had my, my room when I was, young. I was like, yeah, I got my Sega Genesis here. I got all my Sega Genesis stacked up nicely. And then my friends would come over and they would play a game, and I would tell them, when you're done, put it back where. No, they just fucking throw it somewhere else. And I would get mad at them. I would say, you can't put it back where you found it at. You understand? I'm living with people that don't understand the concept of organizing. I took the time to meticulate I have everything like in my head. I have a catalog. Okay, this is my Sega Genesis. This is my well, I didn't have Nintendo. I had I had a Super NES. Super NES over here. And then I had my Commodore. Well, at some point I sold that off. But when I had a Commodore, I had my diskettes. I had the diskettes inside, not flinging all over the place. But you would not know when they come over. That's what they do. They just like not. I must be the only one in the world that does this. It cannot be the only person in the world that organizes stuff. You saw what I do with the radio. I stack them up and all that. Look, you see how right now I consider this to be a mess. And I try to organize. I try to organize. Not and that's what I tell people. No, not this one. Stuff is all over the floor. Stuff that should never be on the floor is on the floor. Drives me crazy. So no, if people want to say, "Oh, you throw under the bus," no, well, I'm not gonna hold back. She throws me under the bus all the time. You can ask her. She was sitting right next to me. She'll agree with me. I throw them under the bus all the time. When she don't get her way, she calls me names. You know? I mean, the stuff that she says to me, the stuff that she says to me, another man would have ran for the hills. All right? I'm being honest. You know? But me, I'm like a duck out of water. That stuff rolls off my back. I don't take it personal. You know, all you young people out there that never been married, you don't know what you're in for. 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 Especially when when they have children. You're you know, this was me. This my wife. This is me. This is me, right? You know. Mm-hmm. You know, I love you, Danny. My son was born. This is me, right? Nobody now. I went from, you know, I went from seriously. I went from, you know, adored, whatever, you know, loved, whatever you want to call it, to nobody. All right, you know, I understand I understand, you know, he's, you know, of course that's the baby, you know, and you get all the attention goes, but it's beyond that. It's still beyond that. You're never gonna get that back. So all you young people out there that get married, and then you want to have a family, forget it. Be ready that you're gonna be you're not even gonna be you're just there. You just, you know, especially in today's society where they really I hate to say it, they really diminish the dad's role. They do. Because if you look at my son, he's one way with me. I'm the disciplinarian. I'm the one that, you know, whatever. I'm the one that's trying to make him into a man. And today he was like, you know, you know, he doesn't want to go to school. But today he said, no, you're going to school today. You're going to school. Unless you're hocking and coughing and you can't get out of bed, you're going to school. That's it. Watch tomorrow. Tomorrow's her turn to take him to school. He's probably not going to go to school tomorrow. Watch. Because he's going to pull the same thing on her. Because, again, she was doing it today. Like we talked about yesterday, she was doing it today. Oh, Sandra, you okay? And he's like, I'm okay. And I'm just looking at him. I'm like shaking my head like, you okay? I said, nope. I said, the boy has not missed a day of school since when I take him. When I take him, he doesn't miss that one. He hasn't missed one day of school. I mean, he hasn't been sick either. I mean, if he was sick, if he was legitimately sick, I would have not taken him. But with her, he missed like 6 days so far. At least 6 days, from what I know. 6 days. I think 6 days. 6. And there's an improvement because last year it was out of control. Last year it was out of control. It really was. He wound up missing on the whole school year. I think total was 22 days. Total. In the school year. That's a lot of days to miss. But, you know, but the thing about him, he is a smart kid. He does read above his level and all that. So, in terms of the work, he does all his work. But the teacher was asking me why your son doesn't, what's going on with why he's missing every other week of school. You know, one day, not the week, you know what I mean? Like every other week, you know, like he you know, like he's absent, you know, one day every other week or something, or whatever it is. And I said, no, he wants to stay up late. And I told him, I sent him to bed at 11 o'clock. And I'm being fair. 11 o'clock is fine. She lets him stay up to 2 in the morning. I said, you can't let him stay up to 2 in the morning when he has to get up at 7. You know, because he has to be focused in school. He cannot go to school sleepy, and how you expect him to learn? And we fight over that nonsense. So yeah. But yeah, believe me, I'm the back burner. James probably believe me. I know it's like to put in the back burner. Yeah. So I got to a point where I accept that, you know, I'm done. You know, even the live streams, even social media. She said that this is what she actually said to me. I don't care about people. I say it. I don't care. You know me, but I you know me. I say it like it is here. She said my head got too big. She said to me, "No, your live stream, your head got too big." I said, "How my head got too big? I only have 5,000 subscribers. It's not like I have millions." But I know what it is. It bothers her that I see. I don't compete with anybody, but she competes with me. Sometimes I feel like sometimes she wants to compete with me. Like when she says, "Oh, I could," like she'll bitch and complain about, "Oh, I'm gonna do the bathroom myself," and I said, "Go ahead." I tell her, "Go ahead. I want to see that because I'm gonna film it when the pipe is gushing out of water right in front of your face. I'm not gonna run down and shut off the main valve. I'm gonna watch you freaking drown because you broke the pipe or some stupid shit. I'm gonna film it. I'm gonna laugh at you, and I hope that video becomes viral because you want to show me up." I'm being honest. You know, I say like it is here, bro. It's not fucking paradise. Everybody think, "Oh, you married, happily married is paradise." No, it's not fucking paradise. You know, at this rate, I think that as soon as my son turns 18, I'm out of here. He's gonna go his way. I'm gonna go my way, most likely. She knows it. I already said it. I said, "Listen, you know, I'm trying to be here for my son." And she knows it a couple of times. I came very close to just walking out. The summer was I think I didn't mention it, but the summertime, there was one day this past summer, I was this close to getting a one-way ticket somewhere and disappear. I was this close. So I'm letting you guys know now, if I don't come back here one day, it's because I disappeared. I got fed up. I got fed up. Listen, I got fed up and I left. I said, "You know what? Just take my paperwork and I got money here and there, and that's it. I'll sleep in a fucking mat in an empty room somewhere." Because sometimes it gets to that point, bro. It gets to that point for real. It gets to that point. You know, if I had to do this all over again, I would have never got married. I would have never got married. I would have just kept being single. I think marriage now is that, you know, there's no that you're not gonna win. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose. You're not gonna get any more you know, rights to your kid, custodial rights. You know, everything is always favored to the woman. You know, no matter. Trust me, I got 2 daughters from previous. Doesn't matter. Father in family court, he's a second tier. He's not. It's rarely that a father gets rights to anything. That only happens when the mother's really a horrible mom. Like she has to be like a drug addict, a criminal. And that's the only time you can, when a father can win. Okay? I'm being honest. She has to be like a total horrible mother. And to be honest, I wouldn't want that anyway. If we were separated, and that's the same thing happened with my ex. With my ex, we were separated. I never wanted custody. I was not one of those dads that wanted to take the unless the mother was totally incompetent and horrible and a drug addict, crackhead, criminal, whatever. Then I would have to try to get custody. But they were not like they were still good moms. It's just that the relationship that we had was over. That was it. But the kid suffers because now the kid doesn't have his father. I mean, the kid doesn't have. In my case, my two daughters, they didn't have their father, and we all paid the price for that later on because now my daughters they don't really care for me, and for me, I just moved on. I said, well, you're two grown women now, and they're in their 30s now, so. And they're doing quite well. I mean, it's not like they're both, so. But my son, I'm here for him, and I want to be his for as long as I can. But I tell her, the day you tell me to go like this, the day you point at the door and tell me to leave, I gotta leave. I will leave because I'm not gonna play that. I'm done. I'm done with all that. The last thing, this is the last sanctity of thing that I had for myself, and she attacked me on that one. She attacked me on that. She said, anybody, this is the exact words, anybody can go on for 3 hours and talk shit. That's what she said to me. Anybody can come on here for 3 hours and talk shit. Your head is inflated. Or ever since you did the social media thing. I've been doing social media for 20 years. What are you talking about? I started with MySpace. I played online games with social media for years. Going back to like what? Almost 20 years. But I didn't. My success bothers her. That's what it is. Any success that I do bothers her. Like Saturday. What do you think? You know what's gonna happen Saturday? Her friends are gonna come over. Her sisters are gonna come over. I don't know if her brother's coming over. They're gonna see that brand new kitchen. They're gonna say, "Man, who did this great job? What a wonderful job! Wow, it's like a professional did this shit." Of course, she's gonna have to say I did it, and they're gonna say, "Damn, Danny, you did a great job," and I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, I did a good job." And I said, "No, I'm okay. I'm gonna be modest about it." She's gonna say, "Oh yeah, but I had to crack the whip." That's gonna be her line right away. But I had to motivate him. That's what she cannot let me. She cannot let me bask in my glory. You see what I'm saying? Because it was a month and a half ago. A couple of her former co-workers came to the house, and they both were like, but one of them was like, "Oh my God, this kitchen is so nice. I can sit here and relax. I can have my cup of coffee in the morning, sit right here, look out the window. Wow, this Danny really hooked up this kitchen." She was gushing. She was gushing over the kitchen. I thought she was gonna come over and she was gushing. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Because she tells her every so often. She tells her that I'm a good man. She tells her. Because, and the woman I'm talking about, she's an attractive woman. She's an attractive woman. She's an attractive Greek woman from Queens. She's very attractive. And we're friends, but if let me tell you something, and I don't know if she knows it. I don't really give a shit. If for example, and not because of course I met her through her, but if for example I would have ran into her a long time ago, I probably would have, because she's attractive. And the way she is with me, like, Danny, oh my God. And we talk and I can see her, she gets like it bothers her. So when she started gushing about the kitchen, oh my God, he did such a great job. Oh my God, look what he did. Oh my, I could live right here. She was saying shit like that. I was like, as I said, yeah, keep talking. Keep talking. She was gushing, boy. And she just got and let me tell you something. She just got divorced. They were together for a few years, and because she's getting up there, and like especially when Sanjay was born, she was like, you could see. You understand? She was. I'm gonna talk about this woman for a minute. I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna relate to this. She was the type of woman, and I know because I've been around those type of women. She was the type of woman that when she was young in her 20s, she was hot. She was hot. Not only she was hot, but she was independent. She had a career job. She had a good career job, whatever. She didn't want to settle down. She was not going to settle down with anybody. She wanted to stay that way. And then when they're hitting 40, they're like 35-ish. They're not, now reality hits them in the face. That, okay, you're not so hot anymore now. Everybody around you, all your female friends are married now. That's what happened to this woman. All your female friends are all married now, and they all have children now, and they all live in you know what I mean? So now she's the one that everybody kind of like talking about, like, yo, but what are you waiting for? Yo, you don't want kids? And she does want kids and all that. And, because she was the bridesmaid in our wedding. So, none of us were crying. She was crying. You would think everybody else was crying. She was the one that was crying in the wedding. And then, I'm telling you, so when Sanjay was born, she said, oh my God, you're so lucky you have a man like Danny. She told us, she said, you're so lucky you got a good man like Danny. I wish I had a man like him. And that shit fucking eats her up. And she's not the only one. A bunch of some of her co-workers told her that the fact that I stay home, I could be making money somewhere. You know what I mean? But I chose to stay home with my son. I could be making bank. Maybe even 2 jobs. I could be making bank. And I could be one of those dads that all I care about is the money, and my son can go to daycare and that's it. But I chose to sacrifice money because I want to spend time with my son, especially in the early years of his life. And we could afford that. We're in a position where we can afford that. And they told us, oh my God, you got a man that's willing to stay home and clean, because I clean. I'm the household. I clean everything. I'm the guy that does all the. I'm the one that does the laundry down here. Because the laundry, the boy, you know where the washing machine is, everything. I'm the one that does all this other stuff. I'm the one that I'm Mr. Mom. So they all tell her, oh my God, you lucky you got such a man like that. And she fucking hates them when they do that shit to her. And they even told her, say, if I had a man like that, I would have more kids. I had somebody told her that, a couple of Filipinas. And a Vietnamese, I think she's Vietnamese, she told her, ooh, you got a man like that? I have more kids with him. They all told her the shit, and she fucking can't stand it. She fucking can't stand it. And I throw that shit in her face all the time. I said, yo, you got a good man. Because if I wasn't around, you wind up with some other guy, probably an Indian guy, because the same culture. And he probably would have been smacking you around. Because Indian men, the ones that I seen, they all lousy drunks. They all can't handle their fucking liquor. I'm being honest. The ones that I seen, I'm not, listen, when I married into this family, I didn't think, I thought it was going to be they're all righteous people. No, bullshit. Fucking slob. Fucking, they can't handle their fucking liquor. 2 hours in, hey, everything goes in this fucking channel. They can't handle their fucking liquor. You name it. And they all friends told us, you got a good man. And that's why I said, you got a good man. And that's why the day I leave, you're never gonna find them. When they made me, they broke the fucking mold. All right? I told you that they broke the fucking mold. They fucking destroyed it. They fucking incinerated the fucking mold. You're not gonna get nobody like fucking. Next guy you're gonna get, he's gonna be a suck up to you. Or he's gonna be like, okay? I got the patience of a fucking saint. All right? I say it like that, bro. That's me. And I told her that shit. She gets all. I said, yeah, I got the patience of a fucking patron saint. There you go, bro. Boom, boom, boom. All right? They don't make them like me. So I knew this was gonna happen. I knew that as soon as I made the kitchen, I built it because she's been nagging me for a few years about the kitchen. So I said, you know what? The whole summer, I said, fuck it, I'm gonna go all in and do this shit. And fucking, and people, everybody told her, yo, that was a professional job. Who did that? And she had to say, oh, my husband. Like almost ashamed to say it because that's like, and then instead of letting me bask in my glory, she wants to fucking throw daggers at me. Like, and I told her all the time, brother, because she complains about my drinking. I drink beer, every so often, whatever. I say, you act like I'm a fucking wino. You act like I can't function. Like trying to find any little fucking thing to like, like Julius. So he's I'm serious. That's why, if I could go back in time, like when I ran into something called MGTOW. MGTOW. Men go their own way. That's what it stands for, acronym. And I didn't discover this after I got married. How if I would have known about this whole movement? Because I used to watch a lot of those videos. There's a guy called Sandman. I think he got banned from YouTube. They kind of demonetized him. He still got a channel. But on Odyssey, that's what I said. But I used to watch him a lot. Sandman. And when I watch those videos, it enlightened me about women, about the whole, putting them on a fucking pedestal. Like when people actually get married, they get on their fucking knee. Like, I look at that shit, I'm like, what a fucking, they have a word for that too. It's called simp. 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 Those are people that fucking put, like they ruin it for everybody. Like, they want a big diamond ring, like shit. Fuck you. Fuck that shit. I got married. It was a mutual thing. I didn't get on one knee and do all that shit. I didn't do any of that shit. Fuck no. I'm not doing that shit. I would never do that shit. I'm sorry. I'm doing that shit. It's fucking, fucking get on one knee. Get the fuck out of here. So that movement is about all that shit. He said they cover every fucking, and when that they call it a red pill. You take the red pill. When you do that, you look at women totally different. You look at them totally fucking different, You know, like you see all these videos. You see the TikTok videos that the guy takes her out on a date, and she's like ordering everything in the menu. Oh, because I gotta tell they this is their first date, and she's ordering everything in the fucking menu because she got 3 kids at home. Oh, I gotta take food for my 3 kids, and the guy's like, wait a minute, I'm taking you out. Why are you ordering for your whole family? Get the fuck out of here. So the guy gets up and leaves. He just fucking gets up, He fucking ran out that door. He said, no, I'll be right back. And she's, of course, African American. So he got up. He said, I'll be right back. And she's going, she got the menu open. She's going, hey, yeah, I want this guy. I want this for my baby. I want this. He fucking ran out the fucking restaurant. Got in his car and fucking left. And that's the mentality. That's the way, women, they and that's few and far between. Yeah, there's some few and far between, but don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. That's the way they all are. Some of them in the beginning, some of them are better than others. They'll put you on a pedestal. That's what happened to me. She put me on a pedestal in the beginning. And then once we were married, and we had our son. This is what she did to the pedestal. Fucking kicked me off the fucking pedestal. Ever since that, I've been in the doghouse. All right? But yeah, don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. There is no such things when it comes to women and men. With men, there is no such things. There is no such thing called the war. There is no war for the men. But for women, there is a war. There is a war. Have you ever heard of the war? Go look it up. And you see all these famous celebrity actresses and all, when you see the war, they'll, men age like gracefully. Women, they hit the wall. Even if they have a lot of plastic surgery, they still hit the wall. Nothing can save you from the wall. Nothing. All right? And that's what I'm married. I'm married now. He slammed into that wall. So hey, I say it like it is here, bro. I don't mince here. Ooh, there you go, boo. I entertain. I don't talk shit for 3 hours. I entertain. She just can't stand that. Can't stand that. And that's what's going to happen Saturday. They're going to be saying, "Ooh, wow, what a beautiful, wow, who did this? Who was the professional? I want his card. Who's the professional? I want his number. I want my kitchen to look like that." It was my husband. Danny? It was my husband. You're Danny? Yeah. I'm telling you, yo. She will not let me have that victory. She'll throw in a dagger. Oh, but you know, I had to motivate him. I had to crack the whip or whatever she's gonna say. You know. So all you young guys out there, y'all thinking about getting married, y'all better think hard. That shit may look like no, and it's so we're in love with each other, you know. And then it goes, and then when you get married, it goes fucking downhill, bro. It's like a roller coaster, bro. It's like, that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna ride that high, yeah. And you're gonna top of that roller coaster, you're gonna go. Oh my god. You know? Just like my ex. When she told my two daughters. First I was a good man. Then toward the end it was like, your father ain't no good. I can't stand your father. Now he with that other woman. She's 12 years younger than him. You know? Come on, man. I could upgrade, bro. I could upgrade. I could upgrade. I could still believe me that. Listen, it don't take much to lose 25 pounds, even 35 pounds. Believe it or not. And by the way, now you have something called Ozempic. So, you know, hey, I'm going to the doctor in 2 weeks. So my doctor tells me I could prescribe you some. You know what? I'll be like, well, you know what? Hey, I'm gonna try it out for a couple of months. You know, I'll be right back in the game if I wanted to. You know, it's not. Listen, for men to get back in the saddle is not that difficult. It's not that difficult. A lot of men out there, they underestimate themselves. I throw that shit in her face sometimes. I say, yo, the day you leave me, I'll drop 40 pounds and I'll be right back in the game. And I'll probably be with somebody 20 years younger than me. She gets livid when I say that. I say that's true. Because you know what? I got game. I can say it. I got game. I got game. I admit that. She knows that. She knows that I got game. And that really fucking irks her when I say that. I said, that's right. I said, the day you leave me, it'll be an upgrade. Because you tell a woman that, ooh, baby, ooh, you better back it up, man. I will back it up. I'll back it up. I'll back it up. Because I remember she saw my Facebook. I was like, yeah, who's that? Oh, that's my ex. Who's that? That's my ex. I said, no, hey, they were looking for me. I looked for them. Because you see that friend request. I'm like, they're looking for me. What do you want me to do? They were saying, oh, man, I wonder what Danny's doing. Imagine if they didn't even know about my channel. Imagine they come to my channel. Because I don't, you know, like people around here don't know about my channel. Because, you know, I don't relate to them in anything anyway. So, but imagine, you know, I would have been like, oh shit, you know. It would have been like, but yeah, I you know, so listen, one thing you gotta do, all you men out there, you'll do a disservice when you cave in. No, you gotta stand up. You know what I'm saying? No. In my case, yeah. And I told her, so listen, for years you've been throwing that shit at me. You know, I'm gonna leave you. Go ahead. I said, go ahead. You're gonna have to explain to my kid why you left. And then my kid's gonna hit my. You know what's gonna happen? My kid's gonna. He's really. He can't stand you. He's gonna rebel. I said, so you're gonna deal with that. That's the truth. The day you tell me, he's gonna look at, because it almost happened in the summertime. It almost happened. It almost happened for real. And he was upset. He was like, I don't want Dad to leave. You know, he told me, man, he was upset. He was crying. And I said, listen, you see what you do? And I told you see what you do. You see, I told you, I had my policy not to argue in front of him, but she breaks that policy. So I don't want him to see all that. I don't want him to be, you know. But, you know, I got to the point where I don't know. I said, son, when you grow up, you know, the world's not the way you think it is. Sometimes, you know, things happen. And I'm telling you right now, you know, remember I joked about it over the summer. One day you're going to see me on a live stream in Ecuador. You know, I left and you might see me in a couple of months in Ecuador. Live from Ecuador, Danny Radio and Tech. Or live from Costa Rica. Or live from Miami, Florida. I don't know, whatever, you know. I joke about it, but I said, listen. The day you leave me is the day that a new chapter. It's just another, you know, one book closes, another one opens. That's it. I say, and it's not gonna be devastating. You think it's gonna be devastating in terms of what you think? I'm gonna throw off myself. I'm gonna jump off a bridge or something. That shit ain't happening. It's not happening. That's it. You know. I gotta sweep this part. Got some food there from yesterday. I gotta clean that up. Yeah, so you know, you gotta stand your ground. But that was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was over the summer. You know, James know about it. I said it. I said it on the live stream here months ago. You know, she took a shot at me and my channel. And say, yeah, you know, anybody can go. It can do a live stream and talk shit for 3 hours. I was like, oh, that's what that is now. Oh, I don't have an audience, so I don't have people subscribe to my channel. Oh, so I just talk shit. And that's it. That's when the gloves came off. So that's when I fixed the kitchen. I wasn't gonna do it. I was not gonna do the kitchen. And then around July, I said, you know what? I'm gonna do the kitchen because I wanted to get it over with because I was tired of looking at it. But I kind of did to stick it to her. I really stuck it to her. And now she has no comeback. You know. And then when I do the bathroom, that's gonna be another. And then by then I'll be okay. You know. I'm at the point, bro, that, you know, and I told you guys, this time next year, I may not be here. This channel might be, I may have a new channel somewhere else in another country. I don't even know if I want this channel. I'll start a new channel. You know? Oh, I'll see you on TikTok. I'll see you on TikTok. I have 20,000 followers there. Why not? Why not just do it there? You know? Can't stand that. One day she was looking through my phone. You know, she don't look at my phone, but one day I need your phone for something. I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. Here, I know you want to check out my whatever I'm doing. Get her here. I don't hide shit. I'm not hide shit. I don't care. I said, get here. So when you on Instagram, it's like, I can't help it. People want to follow me. And of course, some of them are like, whatever. Of course, some of that shit is spam. She's a, who's this? I was like, I don't know. Some cam whore. I don't know what the hell this is. They just want to follow me. I don't know why. I guess they think I'm going to go visit their OnlyFans page. I don't know why. Right? Man, this should be like a lot of people right now watching this. Because one day this is going to be like, remember that guy that said all this stuff? Yeah. So, of course, they said, how you got 20,000 people on TikTok? I'm like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You say you don't care about it. Why are you worried about it then? Why are you asking? I hate that shit. I hate when you diminish shit on them because you're taking away their power. Their reaction is, oh, baby, try to explain shit. I don't explain shit. I just go, I do the opposite. I don't explain shit. I don't have to explain shit. I'm done with that whole thing. I said, you lost that privilege. I don't explain shit. I don't have to explain shit to anybody. All right, let's go. Let's wrap this one up. Explain shit. All right. That's why Saturday is going to be, I'm going to have my, I don't know what I want to make. I want to make some, I got to go to the liquor store. I'm going to have my beer, but of course I want something else. I'm just going to be like, whoop, whoop, and just giggle. I'm like, yeah. Because I'll tell you one more story, then I'll wrap it up. And I'm gonna say I was guilty of this. When I met her, we were together. I had a perception of Indian family. That they're all professional and they all they have doctors and all that stuff. And especially in my family, coming from a family like mine, that we grew up rough. I had a rough upbringing. It was rough. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this shit up with this guy. I can't make up his fucking mind. Okay, that's it. And I'll leave it at that. Let me just fucking let me log this guy. I don't know, this guy's asleep on the fucking wheel or something. Let me wrap this one up. Oh shit. Yeah. -9, right? All right. Anyway, I'm done. Let me do this one. This guy's trying to make content. Let me wrap it up with this guy. So I'm like, okay, married to his family because I'm like, They're all professional. I figure, and was it selfish? Yeah, it was kind of selfish. Yeah, but we all could use a hand. We all could use help. So one of her brother-in-law is a contractor. He's actually he does all that shit for a living. Her brother-in-law does all that shit for a living. He remodels, kitchen. He does everything. He's a contractor. He has his own business. So for years, her sister would, and they call him what I don't want to call. I'm just gonna call him B. I don't want to throw real names out here. Oh, B knows how to do the B. B remodeled our kitchen. B did this. So I would tell her, why don't you just ask B to do our kitchen? He's your brother-in-law. I'm sure he could give you a good discount. No, the fucking guy doesn't fucking even, like if it would have been me, like for example, if I was a contractor, a professional I'm gonna go quotes. If I was a professional contractor and you my sister-in-law and we cool, I would offer my services. I would have said, yo, your kitchen need work, okay? I could do. I could. I'll remodel your kitchen. I'll do it at a discount. At least at a discount. No, he wants to charge a full fucking price and all that shit. Like he wanted like fucking $20,000 for that kitchen. Like I said, what kind of fucking brother-in-law is that? What kind of fucking family you have that they all can't fucking look out for each other? And by the way, that was only it was other shit. It was like jobs, for example, like there was a time that I was really looking for a job, right? A tech job. I'm a tech. I got computer science degree and all that. They all have the other sister-in-law and the other brother-in-law. They have he's like a tech. He's like a recruiter. So you would think they would be like, yo, told that just send me Danny's resume and I'll try to hook him up with and they're both programmers, by the way. The brother-in-law and her sister, they're programmers for the military. They got, they've been working there for years, right across the river. And they're making bank. They're not making, we're talking about, 100K plus jobs. These are not no, bullshit jobs. You would think they would throw me a bone. Oh, he's struggling over here trying to find work. Let me put in a good word for him over here again. You would think, the family would do shit like that. No, these fucking people don't give a fuck about. They just want to step over each other. That's when I really found out that their family is just as fucked up as mine. Straight up. That's what happened. You see what I'm saying? So, of course, when they come here Saturday, they're going to see that kitchen. They're going to say, oh, shit. First of all, they're going to think, oh, did your brother-in-law did it? Nope. Because we asked them. I asked her to ask him. And then the sister even asked him. He wanted like fucking 20 grand for the fucking kitchen, knowing that, that's your sister-in-law. Are you fucking kidding me? And that's the way they are. They all don't give a fuck about each other. They all pretend like when they get together, oh, we're one big happy family. But meanwhile, they all fucking cut each other's throat. Okay, I'm going to say it like it is here, bro. I don't care, bro. I don't care. Because they know it. They know it. Because I called them out on it. Years ago, I called them out on it after all that shit. I called them out on it. And they didn't talk to me for a couple of years. And then, whatever. I didn't give a fuck. Yo, and let me tell you something. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. They all fucking compete with each other and all that shit. So, of course, they're going to assume that he fucking did it. And then she's going to say, no, he didn't do it. This guy did it. And then in the act, I'm going to say, yeah, I had to do it because nobody here give, whatever. And I'm not going to say that, but I'll just let it go. But that's the honest truth. Brother-in-law, that's a contractor that's done. And his work, he's not bad. I've seen his work. He's pretty good. Not compared to what I did, but it's pretty good. And let me tell you something. They're when they see that, they're gonna be in a rude awakening. And I say, oh shit, who the fuck did this kitchen? Who the fuck? You know, was it a professional? Because I had her friends that last time that's what they did. They say, oh shit, and some people saw the pictures already, and they were like, no, she's gonna have to swallow her pride. Because I told her, we had it out with that shit. Like, your family ain't better than my family. Ever had that argument with somebody about your family? Yeah, because she was trying. Oh, she said my family's a bunch of losers. She said that shit to me, and I was like, well, your family ain't that much better because they're all a bunch of cutthroat. And I went on a whole bunch of shit. I even got to I even mimicked the Gandhi voice. I went off. For real, I went off. And I said, no, you're no better because, and I get props. I get props to? Next door neighbors. Next door neighbors. They all from, Mexico. They all some of them are probably, a couple of them probably, illegal or whatever. But I give them credit. When when one of them come here, they hook them up with a job right away. They do all that shit for them. All that shit they do for them. Their next door neighbors, I give them credit. They say hi to me, and I say hi to them. And we say, and I tell them, I say, you see these people? I told my brother Harry. I said, my brother Harry. I said, you see these people? They look out for each other. They look out for like Chinese people. Same thing. I was gonna be. Well, you talking about racing? Shut up. I don't care. Same thing with Chinese people when they come in. They look out for each other. Okay. I'm Puerto Rican. Now, when it comes to Puerto Ricans, it's the opposite. They try to cut each other's throat. It's the worst thing. The same thing in their culture. You would think their culture, I thought their culture was so righteous and all that shit with the Hindu shit. Nope. They all fucking try to cut each other's throat. They're the same fucking way. The same fucking way. I don't hold back on that shit. That's the truth. And she knows it. I told her shit. I told her, you know how many times I told you to ask him if he can do it, and she finally, because when we went to Indiana, that was their house. So I said, listen, why don't you just ask him? I don't want to ask. I said, cut it out with the pride shit. Just ask him for a rate. How much would you charge me? Because if you're not gonna do it for free, at least charge me, but give me a discount. He didn't want to hear it. You know what he told her? You can't afford it. Brother told her, to do that kitchen, you can't afford it. He actually said that to her. So he was gonna charge a lot of money. And that shit angered me. When she said, I said, did he really say that shit to you? You can't afford it? And she said, yeah, he's in that it's gonna be too much money and it's not. I said, what the fuck you think he is? And that shit really fucking lit a fire under me. And I told her the next day we're leaving. We're not gonna stay in this house no more. And that's why we never went back to Indiana. Because of him. I've been there twice. We've been there twice, remember? James, we've been there twice. Never went back there again. Because of him. Because the guy's full of shit. He thinks, he's one of those people that he thinks he's so fucking righteous. Because he does some bullshit at a fucking local temple. I don't know, feed a whole bunch of fucking people. I don't know what the fuck he does. So he thinks he's so fucking righteous. Like there's people like that. There's people out there that they have an epiphany. I don't know, because they used to do drugs or some shit. And then they find religion. And then all of a sudden they think I'm so righteous now because I talk to God. That's him. That's him. I talk to a deity and I'm this and that, and I'm telling you. That perception about the Hindu and all that shit, and that shit fucking went out the window years ago. That shit went out years ago. And I told her, I said, your family ain't no better than my family. Believe that shit. I don't hide the fact that we grew up poor. You understand? And I'll wear that shit like a fucking badge. But it reminds me of that'll remind me of how fortunate, how much of a long way I came from that. You understand? But them, they all think they made out. All of a sudden, they all pretend like they have money. I can see it. I can see it. Like they drive on the latest, 2025, 2024 vehicle. They put on the facade like they all got money and they all got money. Like I say, they're all full of shit. So that's why, to me, I was this close. I wasn't gonna be here for Saturday. I was just gonna disappear. I was gonna go somewhere. I was gonna do a long walkthrough video. But it's my son's birthday. I said, no, I'm gonna be here for my son's birthday. But I'm not gonna mingle with them. I'm gonna be right down here. Maybe I'll do a live stream Saturday. I'll go back and forth. But I don't want to associate with them anymore. I'm done with them. They know I'm done with them. Because they all used to throw me under the bus. They all threw me under the bus until I just didn't give a fuck no more. And then I guess what happens when you don't give a fuck, that's when they say, oh shit, I guess they thought they had power over me, and they didn't. They never did. And that really bothers her. That they don't have power over me. They don't, I don't let people have power over me. I don't, bro. I've been through too much shit in my lifetime, bro. As a kid. Okay? As a kid, I've been through too much shit. My mother really taught me well about people, about how people can turn on you in a minute. Especially with help people that you helped, and they don't even acknowledge you. They get their way. You help them achieve a goal, and then they just throw you by the wayside. And they'll say nobody helped them. They'll go on stage and say, "Oh, I did it all." They won't even thank me. They won't even say, "Oh, thank you." He believed in me and he helped me. They would never say shit like that. So, and she's the same way. I told her that months ago. I told her, you're the same. When I talk about people don't help me, you became that person. I told her you became that person too. Because I was the one that told you about where to put your money in. Remember, I got Danny Finance. I know about investing. I invested, but I also know about. I told her, listen. You wanna, she, when I met her, she knew nothing about investing. She knew nothing about investing. I taught her everything about investing. I taught her everything about money. Okay? Economics, about money, about the stock market, about mutual funds, about your retirement, about everything, about compounding interest, dollar cost averaging, all this shit. I told her all that shit. She has a nerve to a few months ago. She said, she actually said, "Oh, I learned this on my own." I said, "You didn't know shit about anything. When you met me, I was already investing. I said, you didn't even know, you didn't know nothing about it. I told you. I laid the blueprint for you. You see how quickly they forget? You know? Come on, man. You know? Before this YouTube shit and before that, I had my own business for 10 years. About 10 years. I was doing websites. I was running a whole bunch of websites and making money. And I had jobs here and there, contract jobs, but I was working on my own. And I was investing. You know? Of course, unfortunately, some of it, I had to pay stuff. And I talked about that on my Danny Finance. That if I had to do it all over again, I would have never sold any of it. Have I not sold any of what I had originally, I would have been a millionaire many times over. You know? I told her, I gave you my knowledge. When I did, I took my head and I put it in your head, and I gave you all that financial knowledge. Here you go. I made it independent. I made it financially independent. That's the greatest gift you can give to anybody. Make them financially independent. When she met me, she was bowing down to her parents. Her parents, they owned her. Whatever they did, she had to do. That's that. And by the way, in their culture, that's the way it is. In their culture, you're supposed to take care of your parents. So there was a time where they were going to live here. But then, eventually the dad went somewhere else, and then he passed on. And then the mother was like, she gave me the finger. She said, "No, I don't want to live with this, whatever." She from day one, the woman never liked me. She hated me. She hated me till the day she dropped dead. She hated me. She hated me because I was not Indian. She hated me. Is there racism? Yeah, there's big racism. Because I'm Puerto Rican, she hated me. She hated me until my son was born. Not even before that, I actually took care of because they didn't have a babysitter. I took care of her niece, her sister's daughter, my wife's niece. I took care of her. I took care of her like she was my own kid. The girl did not want to go home. She wanted to stay with me. She was like, "Oh," she would call me Papa. I treated that girl like she was my daughter because they were struggling at that time. She was struggling to pay. So I was working at home. So I said, no, she could stay here with me, and I know you look after her too. And and then that's when the bug bit her, and she wanted to have her own kid because of me. So that's when her mother started liking me. Well, not liking me. She accepted me. I shouldn't say liking me. She accepted me after I did what none of them did. I took care of a grandkid, and we had and I gave her another, and I gave a grandkid. In other words, Sanjay was born, but the other, I'm not gonna name her name, but I took care of her, and that's what she said. Oh, that's when they saw me in a different light. They saw me in a different light. They said, "Wow, he's such a giving man." Because I could have been, like I said, I could have been one of those guys. Nah, man, I'm not taking care of your kid. I took care of the kid because nobody was willing to take care of that kid. And I felt, I said, you know what? If she's gonna be here to help me look after her. After a while, she couldn't even keep up with her. I wanted to, take care of her. And it was only a couple of hours. It's like 2 or 3 hours. It wasn't that long. Like 3 hours. That's not that long. So I was like, nah, okay, I'm working here. We set up the playpen there, and she's playing, and I will put something on for her, and and the kid, and then I would play with her sometime, maybe like like with a not a tablet, but like the yeah, even the phone back then. She would play with the phone, and she would watch. Or I would play video games, and she would just watch me play video games. And let me tell you something. That girl looked up to me like I was a dad. Literally, she looked up to me like I was a dad. And I took care of that girl like she was my own daughter. And that started changing their opinion about me. All of them started kissing my ass when I took care of one of their kids. Before that, I was a scumbag. I was every name they could. They were, they were whatever. They really called me every name in the book. But once I took care of their kid, they flipped their opinion about me. All right. And then when Sanjay was born, that was the icing on the cake. Oh, we have a grandson because they have a bunch of. That's another thing. They had a bunch of girls in their family, and Sanjay was like the first. I think that was her first. No, that was not her first grandson, but that was like I think the fourth grandson. But it was a big gap. So now he became the baby, the grandson. But everybody, and that was it. I was like, oh my god, and. Listen, people change like the wind. Their opinion about you when it suits them. Remember that, folks. When it suits them, when it suits their interest, their opinion will change. And I remind her about that. And she hates it when I remind her about that. I say, your family couldn't stand me at one time. And then, now look at them. Let me see. Who the hell's on my server now? Who the hell's on my server? Virginia. Okay, Virginia. Virginia. Let me see. Oh, it says Virginia. Okay. Steven City, Virginia. Okay, yeah, my server. Okay, he's tuning it. He's tuning the FM band. Hello, Tasso. Good afternoon. I've been talking for the last hour about my situation with my family. Oh my God, you missed that. You missed all that. You could have watched. You got to watch the replay now. Yeah, James Farley, exactly. Believe me, I know how it's like to be put on the back burner. Yep. That's why I'm saying. Oh, you have me. Oh, so you've been watching me on the TV. Okay. Yeah, Yeah. So this thing every you see that band listing? I added the band. I added the band sync plugin now. See it? So now anybody act up on my server and I banned them, they're gonna go on a list now. And if that list gets circulated around, they're gonna get banned all over now. So I have to finish a paper for a final. Okay, yeah, you got finals coming up. Yeah. It just crashed again. I had it on 2 times today and it crashed. During the live stream, the Air Spy, I had it open 2 times. I had to open it And I left it out, and not even like 20 minutes later, it was crashed. And then I opened it again, and it crashed again. So right now, I have it off. Unfortunately, it's crashing too much today. I don't know what's going on today. Yeah, but the problem is that this computer, I haven't done a Windows update because Windows update doesn't work anymore on this one. This computer is stuck. This Windows 11 for months. It was a Windows update, then I get the blue screen. So it has to revert back to the old, you know. So I don't do no more Windows update on this because it can't. I get the blue screen. So at some point, I'm gonna wipe this one out, and I don't know what I'm gonna put in it. Oh yeah, it did. It did. That's right. Oh yeah, that's right. It did. But it was no. Yeah, it did. Oh yeah, that's right. It did. So it went through then. Oh yeah, it went through. But maybe it could be the update. Oh yeah, that's right. It did go through. Yeah. No, but I think it was. I don't think it was a major update. I think what happens is right now every time that thing pops up, because there's no way to disable it. That's what I hate about this stupid Windows 11. I can't disable it on this one. So when it pops up, would you like to do it now? Now or later tonight? I put later tonight. Just don't bother because you don't get an option. So I keep putting it off. So yeah, Tassa, you're right. I forgot. So that night I went to bed. Right? I woke up in the morning and I saw that the computer is at the login screen. You know the login screen when you reboot is the login screen. So that means that it rebooted. That means that it probably but I don't know if it updated. But there was a login screen. So I don't know if it updated because I told it not to update. Well, I don't know if it updated, but there was a login screen. That means it restarted. Okay. So that's what I assumed that it updated because it restarted. Now it could restart for another reason, but I assume it had to be an update. I didn't check. Maybe I need to check. I probably go in there and need to check. I know, and that's another thing. They don't give you a choice to. I don't want to update it, especially this one. This one is just going to be a server for the stuff. So I think eventually I'm going to wipe this one out. I'm going to put Linux, but I don't really want to do it now because now I have all these plugins. Right now, you know how much time I invested to put all this stuff in there? I just updated the medium wave database this morning. I added more stations. I did that this morning, early this morning. I woke up at around 3:30 this morning. I was like 2 hours from 3 to 3 all the way to 5 o'clock in the morning. I was updating the. I added Zoomer Radio because I was listening to what I could hear. So I heard Zoomer Radio last night. Not last night, but 3 in the morning. I said, okay, I'm gonna add Zoomer Radio. I heard WGN, right? So I put WGN. I heard WBBM, so I put it up. So I added a few more stations to the medium wave database list. I added WSCR, the score, 670. It wasn't booming. It was okay. But and I shouldn't say booming. It does. Like on this one, it'll come in better. But remember I have an FM antenna, so you gotta think that it's not that it's booming. It's just that I have an FM antenna. So if I would have had a loop antenna or a HF antenna, it would have been, Oh, it was booming on the air spy? Oh, okay. I haven't tuned my AirSpy in a while. I don't go into my AirSpy. I haven't been into my AirSpy. I just host it. But no, I'm thinking about. This is what I'm thinking about Tassel. Since the AirSpy keeps crashing a lot, I'm gonna put the MFJ 1886 soup to this radio, and that's it. You're not gonna be able to FMDX, but you're gonna meet him. You could meet him with DX on the TF radio. So that's what because the AirSpy is crashing too much now. I'm to the point where I don't know if I want to put it anymore. So I'm thinking about just disconnecting from here, connecting here tonight. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'll switch it later. I'm taking the AirSpy is gonna be down for now because it crashed during the live stream today. It crashed 2 times so far, 2 times, and it crashed this morning. So 3 times already today. It crashed. So So I'm gonna hook up the MFJ to here. That's the connector right there. See the connector? So I'm gonna reroute it here. Actually, I was thinking about putting the AirSpy on another machine. On another machine because I don't know. I'm looking into it. Because this one, it works fine here, so it's just a stupid update once in a while. Because the thing is, I put so many plugins on this. You know how to configure those plugins? And this is in Windows. If I do Linux now, I gotta start over from the beginning. I gotta start over. If I migrate all this to Linux now, I gotta start over. I have to start over, basically. You see how now I got the banner. I got like 10 plugins in this thing. More than 10 plugins. I have a whole bunch of plugins. And now I added the band sync plugin. I had to configure that too. So, and since the TF 6686 works well here, I don't want to change it. So the AirSpy, I think, is the one that's going to have to go to a new server. But the AirSpy cannot coexist here. It just cannot coexist. It's crashing. It's ridiculous. So I don't know. I got to find another machine for the AirSpy then. Let's see who's on there. New Jersey one. I don't know, but I don't want to use Windows 10 because now Windows 10 there's no support on Windows 10. So I don't want to use an operating system where it's gonna because they do have Linux for they have AirSpy for Linux, so I could just use that. I think they do. I think it's a Linux version, or I don't know, because I don't want to run on. I don't want to run on this machine because this is my streaming machine. The one behind me is also so. Right now, it looks like the AirSpy is not going to be around for now. It's just unstable. It's very unstable. And it's very easy to set up, but it's just not stable. It cannot stay on. You would think that it would be the FMDX web server that's not stable but it's pretty good code. This thing can run for days and no issue. But the AirSpy, the other day, that was the longest I had in a long time. I had it for 3 days straight. And then that was the last time. And every day now, I open it up. I come back 2 hours later or whatever, it's gone. It is gone. Yeah, I think that might have been a record, if I remember. You know? So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I want to thing is I don't have money to spend. I really wanted to buy a smaller computer, one of those small computers, and then host everything in there. Because this one I was thinking about using this one for something else. Because I want the screen. So I don't know. I'm looking into maybe get one of those little computers and put have Windows 11 on that one. I don't know, whatever, and try that one. Because I was thinking about removing the screen from removing this computer from here and putting more of my radios here, and then put this screen here next to this one, and use this one for retro gaming, like retro gaming or something. I don't know. I was thinking about having that one next to this one, and I could do the retro gaming and eliminate that computer and hook up this screen as the second screen to this one, and then I could be streaming off of this one and do retro gaming. Like with whatever emulators and all that stuff, or with my USB capture card. Because I feel like I'm wasting this computer on this stupid server only. And that's what I'm thinking about doing. Just get a small computer and hook that up to a screen, but I don't have to check up on it so often. I could just I could hook. Remember that computer, I could hook it up to the screen because I could flip it. This one has multiple. This one has 3 HDMI, and I can just check it here real quick, and then that's it. And then it'll be running in the corner there. It'll be running in the corner there, nice and quiet. So I don't know. I don't know yet what I want to do. But it's very discouraging to have it. It's very discouraging to have it here, and it keeps crashing. It is very discouraging. Let me drink some water. Oh, so 3 hours in now. Okay, so I might stay on for a little longer. If you want me to stay on for another hour, let me know, because I'll wrap it up at 2:00 then. I'm trying to gobble up viewing hours. I already got my confirmation contact. So I got day 10 of 12 days of QRZ. I got day 10 now. So I'm good. I'm good I shut it off already. I'm good now. I already made my contacts. So I'm good for today with the contacts. So all right. So you laid up in bed. Okay, good as on. Okay, so right now it's 1:15. I'll go up to about 2:00. As long as you keep talking back to me, then fine. I went on a tirade there about my wife and all that. Right now, for the rest of the day, because right now, as soon as I pick up my son, I gotta be upstairs cleaning. For the rest of the day, I'm gonna be cleaning. Okay, so I appreciate it. So I'm gonna be on I'll be on until I gotta go pick him up. I think that'll be good. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll be on until I gotta go pick him up. That way, I can get another hour in, and then that'll be because I'm trying to avoid getting demonetized. I need to make up these hours. I gotta make an unboxing video. Where's my MP3 player? They just emailed me for the MP3 player. There he goes, right there. Right there, MP3 player. I gotta make an unboxing on that, so I may shoot that. I'll shoot it tomorrow. MP3 player. I'll make an unboxing on it. Then I'll load it with MP3 players. Then I'll make a review on it. Yeah, they sent me an email yesterday. It's been 3 months since I received it, and they say, I said, yeah, I'm sorry, because I was gonna do it back then, but then and then they said, no, take your time. But now I think it's been 3 months, so I understand now. But so I'll make the video. I really like it, though. It's a nice little MP3 player. So I'll talk about it. I'll make the video. You'll see it, and it's cool. I don't want to name all the features. I'll do it on the unboxing. I'll tell you all the features. And I was looking for something like that. And the reason why is that since I shoot a lot of videos, my phone gets filled up, and I have a lot of apps, so I can't put all my music here. My MP3s, I can't put them. It will fill up this, So I plus I use, like, for this, if I want to listen to music, I use Spotify. But my own MP3s, I don't want to put them in because they will fill up this, the drive. So when they approached me about sending me that, I said, yes, please send me that. I want to try it out, and I'm going to be using that when I go for a long walk, because eventually I want to start going for long walks again, because I need to lose some weight. I need to lose a lot of weight. So I'm going to be going for long walks. So I want to have an MP3 player like that. I could put audio books in there. I got audio books. I could put all my music. All my music can fit in there. Every music that I have, my collection, can go in that drive. And I could, oh my God, because when you go walking, when you want to lose weight, or anyway, when you want to go for long walks, the best thing to do is have music. And I could flip it. If I want to hear the radio for a couple of I'll flip it to this phone. I could listen to my streaming apps, or I could take a little radio with me, and like this guy, I could take a radio like this with the headphones, a little radio like this, right? And you want to go for long walks? I'm talking about walking is walking is the best exercise you can do, especially when you're older, and it's easy on the knees, because jogging is very hard on the body when you jog. And me right now, I'm 275, man. I'm at the heaviest right now in my life. 275. I never thought I would be at 275. So I get a physical in 2 weeks. I'm telling you, my doctor's gonna be like, your BMI. I say, yeah, I know what my BMI is. It's ridiculous. So if he prescribed that thing, I'm gonna say, yeah, you know what? I'll do it for a couple of months. But I'm gonna be walking a lot too. I'm gonna start walking a lot. I'm gonna have to cut down on some stuff. So be it. I really want by June to be down 50 pounds, if possible. That's asking a lot. I will be happy if realistically, I could see myself dropping 30. But if I eat without the medication, with the medication, I can see 50. Because right now, I feel it. Right now, to be honest, I feel it. When I get out of bed, I feel it. I feel my knees. I know James talking about his back. I feel my back. When I was remodeling the kitchen over the summer, it was harder for me to do it because of the extra weight, especially when you're doing plumbing underneath the sink and all that other stuff. There's some tight spaces you got to get into. That's when it hit me that I need to lose weight. I need to lose weight. If you want to keep doing the certain things you want to do, and mind you, I can still climb on the roof, but now I don't know if I want to climb on the roof now. God forbid I climb on that ladder and the ladder falls apart. I fall the ladder. Ah! So, I have to do something. So I figured, like I said, I'm going to enjoy the holidays. I'm going to eat a little here and there. I didn't eat that much for Thanksgiving. I kind of, I made a smaller portion. I didn't eat that much. And it was good. And I still, I'm trying to. But I need to lose. I have to. Because I'm feeling more sluggish. Things like that. And, knock on wood, but I don't have type 2. But I can see, God forbid, if I at the rate I'm going, I'm gonna have type 2, and that's not gonna be good. My brother has type 2. He said, I'm probably borderline right now. So I need to. So this player here is gonna be a lifesaver for me because I'm gonna be using this guy when I go for long walks. And when I mean by long walks, I'm not talking about 10-minute walk. I'm talking about I'm gonna walk into the city. So I'll go here to South Broadway, and I'll walk all the way to the Bronx, and then from there, that's Riverdale, whatever's in part of the Bronx. Right there, I can go into Manhattan. What they call that part of Manhattan, all the way up there in Jesus Christ, I forgot what they call that. Marble Hill. So I can walk into Manhattan. I've done it before. I used to walk a lot years ago. Before I moved here, I used to walk 10 miles, 15 miles, and then I would take the subway back home and the bus. But I would walk into the city from the Bronx, and that was like my workout. That was my workout. I would walk into the city and and it's not a 1 hour walk. It's like 5 hours, 3-4 hours. It's like 3 or 4 hours. Sometimes 5 hours, but usually it's 3 or 4 hours. You do a lot of walking. 3 or 4 hours, that's a lot of walking. You could walk 10 miles in 3 hours. It's not that. And take your time. You stop here. And I used to go to bodega, get a bottle of water, and keep walking. But I used to always do it with my, like my, buddy thing. But I walked by myself many times. I've done it many times in the past. But that was years ago. And now that I put on all this weight, that's what I need to do. And I need to start. Of course, I'm not gonna walk 10 miles on the first day. Over here is pretty safe. I'm not worried about this area. Plus, I'm gonna do it during the daytime. I'm not gonna do it at night. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna go. I don't go walking like that at night. I always did that during the daytime. Even when I was younger, I rarely. We're talking about early. We're talking about when I was 21. I would go to Central Park at night, which I would never do that now anyway. I would never do that. But like here, for example, of course, I would go like, I would leave like, early in the morning. And then by the time I'm in Manhattan, it's like early afternoon. And then I would take the subway back. And that's it. I'll be back before, Yeah, and I want to do that too. By the way, Tasso, when I do that walking stuff, I'm going to film it. I want to start filming it too. That's another reason why I don't want to use my phone for my music, because I want to be using this for video. And then my music is going to be there. Oh, sorry. My music is going to be in there, and I'm going to be shooting video. But I was planning I'm not a GoPro brand, but I'm planning to get another cam, like a body one, that I could just let it record and I could talk on that one. Because I'm not. Once in a while, I may even do a live walking, walking live stream, maybe for at least an hour walking during the thing. I may do a live stream and talk to you guys. Like, remember Times Square? I did that little walk through, but I want to do stuff like that too. But I want to make videos too on like a walkthrough of where I go at. I want to do videos and sometimes a live stream. I'm not gonna always do live stream, but sometimes I want to do I want to shoot just video of my walkthrough. And then when I get to a particular area, if I find it interesting, I'll I'll sit there when I'm resting or something, and then I'll do a live stream and things like that. Because I want to do other things, but I need to do something because right now, right now my son is at the age now that he can stay with my brother at least for a couple of hours before my wife comes home. I don't know yet which channel. I may do it if I'm reviewing something about it. I may do it here. It might be the Danny Show. Most likely, it'll be the Danny Show because that one is going to be more about trying to lose weight. Of course, I'm going to take a picture of me. I'm going to have the before picture, and then maybe in a few months, hopefully the year after will be different. So I guess my journey is going to be on the Danny Show. But I'll talk about it here too and go back and forth. But it'll probably be on the Danny Show. Only because I think that's more suitable for that. So this neighborhood, James, is fairly safe. Here in Yonkers, I'm right outside New York City, so this area is pretty quiet. Once in a while, there's some issues, but that's by Getty Square all the way down there. But this block is pretty quiet. It's pretty much dead. It's pretty quiet. You gotta like my neighbors. Sometimes they hang out over here and they'll have a couple of beers and they'll play a little music. But now, for a couple of hours, I said they don't. And then this block is pretty good. I like this block. It's pretty good. And then when I walk down South Broadway, I done it before. It's I never had an issue. So it's when I get to the Bronx. But that area of the Bronx is, by the way, that area of the Bronx where I walk through from here is pretty upscale. What I mean by that, it's like it's not like the real messed up areas. It's not the worst of the worst. It's it's a nice a lot of co-op buildings and things like that. So it's pretty quiet there too. And then when I get to Manhattan, that area is okay. Now when I get to Washington Heights, I gotta look around a little bit. And then when you get to Harlem, I gotta look a little bit, but it's not the same Harlem, by the way. That too, that's all the especially Harlem. Harlem has been what they call gentrified. A lot of those old buildings have been retrofitted, and now there's more expensive buildings there. It's not affordable housing anymore in that area. And then from there, you walk down Broadway. That's Manhattan. That's all commercial. So it's fairly, for me, it's more about the subway coming back that I gotta be on to keep an eye out. So in terms of safety, I never had an issue. Well, I don't know about now because but I don't think I'm gonna have an issue when I'm walking. No, I think I'll be okay. I don't have an expensive phone, so I'm not gonna be a target for that. So of course I don't wear anything. I don't attract anybody with anything, so I'm not gonna be the person they're gonna want to target. So, but you always got to be aware. Of course, you always got to be aware. And we'll see. You know, if I feel like if I go through an area and I feel it's not safe, then I avoid it. I'll go around. I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with. And I don't have to walk through an area where I don't feel safe. I always done that. By the way, always for as long as I can remember growing up. If I look at a corner and I see too many people, I'll avoid I wouldn't walk through the corner. I'll walk around. I'll take an extra few steps. I go around, and I'll avoid that stuff. Only because you have the instinct, you know. Like for example, over here, a few blocks all the way down there, there's a street called Elm Street, and in that corner, there's always that area is kind of known as a uh, you know drug spot. And of course, sometimes they have shootouts there once in a while. I don't know, whatever. I never walk through there. When I walk, I avoid it. I go around, I just that corner. I When I walk right in that corner, I would not walk to that corner. I'll cross the street. Then you do things like that. You know, I just wouldn't walk through that particular corner where those people are right there. I wouldn't do it because I just don't want to. I just don't want to take that chance, and I'm okay with that. I don't mind crossing the street, and then I'm on the other side of the street and I go about my business. I know people say, "Well, why you got to do that?" No, you know what? Just it doesn't hurt to take a few more steps and cross the street just to avoid it, just to avoid any chance that somebody in that corner might mess with you, or somebody's gonna drive by and hit that corner and you get caught in the crossfire. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to just say, what? I don't want to. I see a corner, I see too many people. I'll say, okay, I'm crossing the street. I'm going to be on this side now. That's it. That's what I do. I don't have a problem with all that. You know. So yeah. So James. So of course now for me it's more coming home on the subway because I have to take the subway home and then the bus that comes, because I want to take the subway, and then there's a bus that comes into Yonkers. But there's no subway into Yonkers. Yonkers is not part of New York City. In Yonkers, we have our own bus lines. It's called a Beeline bus. He's he's not part of the MTA. I mean, it's kind of like they work with the MTA in terms of the Metro card, but now of course now they have the Omni, so they're trying to convert to Omni. So, for example, well, I think it's gonna go. I think they're gonna change to Omni eventually. They have to. So for example, the Beeline, I got a Metro card. I go on the Beeline, and then when I get to the last stop of like for example, the 4 train in the Bronx, I get a free transfer from the Beeline to the New York City Transit. I get that free transfer. We get that Yonkers bus. We get the free transfer. But now with the Omni, I'm gonna have to pay twice until they fix that issue with the Omni. So I'm gonna have to pay the bus fare here in Yonkers, and then when I go to, I'm not even going when I'm coming back. Excuse me. When I get off Woodlawn to take the bus to come to Yonkers, I'm gonna have to pay another fare for the bus. Before it was a free transfer, but they're gonna do it with the Metro in next month. So, but I think they're gonna work something out with Omni, so it'll be like a free transfer. So, So that's the only thing, the only issue I have. Now walking around Yonkers, there's not much interesting here, to be honest. It's a lot of residential stuff here. So if I want to walk, I want to do a scenic walk. I'd rather walk down the Hudson. You know the Hudson, right? And that way you can see the Hudson River, and then keep walking until you get to the GW Bridge, and then walk underneath it. That's more of a scenic walk. That's what I would do. If I want to do a long walk, I'm going to go into Manhattan. I don't want to go up this way because there's nothing there. It's boring. It's nothing residential, you know. And that's what I always did. When I lived in the Bronx and I wanted to go walking, I would walk into Manhattan. I will go down. Like if you're on the east side, I will walk down. I forgot what they call that area. Anyway, by the FDR, there's a park there. It's a long park. Yeah, I would walk down that area. Now, if I'm on the west side, I will go down the Hudson. You know, Riverside, what they call Riverside Park and all that. I'm gonna go down there, and it's all scenic. It's scenic, but I like the west side better because of the Hudson, and that's the side I'm on. So for me, it will make sense to go down by the Hudson. And also, when I'm walking down there, I could be, if I'm near the Metro North, I could do real fan video real quick there. If I could do a couple of real fan videos. So that'll be for my other channel. So when I'm taking a break, I could sit there and record a couple of trains, put that on my real fan channel. So I think it'll work good for several channels, So I like walking on the west side better. It's much more quieter. Especially when you go down Riverside Park. You can see people fishing sometime on the rocks. If people throw their cast in there, they're fishing, It's much more relaxed on the west side until you go all the way down to Midtown. Not even Midtown, further. And then you got the Intrepid, then you got Chelsea Piers and all that. That's why I like that side better. And then you keep going, then you got the Freedom Tower all the way down there. I've done all of that. On the east side, it's kind of more boring because it's the FDR is there, and the park is not. It's just it's overlooking into Roosevelt Island and all that crap. It's not scenic on the other side. You got Randall's Island, Roosevelt Island. Then you see Queens, and that's it. It's not. I like the west side better. It's a much scenic. It's a much more scenic. Railroad frequency. I'm trying to remember. I think it was around. I have to look it up. What are you talking about? Well, there's two railroads. There's a CS. There's three of them. There's We have Amtrak. We have Amtrak and CSX, right? The freight. And then I picked up New York City Transit with the discount. New York City Transit from the train yards in the Bronx. So I might have picked up Mashulu Parkway train yard. That's also Jerome Avenue train yard. That's the number 4 train. I picked that one up. I know for the discount I picked that one. And then, so that will be over here. And then over here, further down, that will be the 1 train. In Manhattan, that will be the 1 train. The 1 and the 2. The 1 train. 207th Street yard is right there. By the way, when you walk down the Hudson, you'll see I'll probably walk by there to the 207th Street. 207th Street rail yard for New York City Transit. So I heard they're moving trains. So that definitely was a rail yard. And it was New York City Transit, but I think it was Jerome. I might have gotten Jerome. Because I think that antenna, they're the tallest building in the Bronx, in the Tracy Towers. So it's right there underneath the Tracy Towers. The rail yard is right there. So the antenna might have been up there in the tower. So I think it might have been Mashulu Parkway, Jerome Avenue rail that I picked up in here, the disco. So I don't, I forgot the frequency on that one. It might have been that, it might have been around there. I have to go to radio reference and look it up. I'm probably gonna look it up and jot them down, and then maybe I'll take my one of my portables. But yeah, from I know here I heard New York City Transit. So yeah, let me see. I'll look it up right now. You know, we're talking. You know, I'll look it up. Why not? You guys are here. I'll look it up. Let me see. I'll tell you right now. If I go to radio reference, right? Radio reference. We go to radio reference, right? Let me see. Databases. It's been so long since I've been here. I forgot how to do the map. Oh, how do you do the map again? I forgot. See, they changed the whole layout. Nationwide frequency. Where's the map? How you do the map, though? That's what I want to know. Oh, database. Let me see if it's this one. Yeah, but where's the map? They made this website the most unuser-friendly website now. I like the original one, where you had the map, and you pick the state, and you pick the county in the map, and then you go all the way, and then you get the list. Now they have this nonsense. Oh my God. How the hell do you get to the map? Oh my God. What the hell happened to this thing, man? What they did to this website, man? There you go. So you got to go to browse. So you got to go to browse all data, and then you get the map. There you go. Wow. Holy shit, bro. God damn it. All right, so I'm going to go to New York City. Let me see. So let me see. Let me scroll down. Let me see. NYPD tactical now. Let me scroll down. Let me scroll down here. Let me scroll down. Transit Authority. Okay. So Transit Authority, that's New York City Transit. They have several frequencies. Let me see. IRT subway. 161. I'll show you. That way on the replay you could. Okay, this thing is in the way. So that's Transit Authority. Okay. So yeah, so you have 156, that's signal, 160 that's yard. And then you have the different subway, 161. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so that's that one. And then I'm gonna look for the Metro North and all that. That's gotta be further down. But that's a commuter. Metro North is a commuter train. But it's not here. So let me go to Yonkers now. And that was, by the way, that was New York City. I'm gonna go to Yonkers now and see if I see something there. So let me go back to Westchester County. because I'm in Westchester County. So I have to go to Westchester County first. So let me see what they have here in Westchester County. So let me scroll down. Yonkers Police, Yonkers Fire, Ardsley, Bronxville. These are all municipalities in Westchester County. But I'm gonna keep scrolling until I see Elmsford. I gotta go all the way down to where they see if I see anything like this trains, anything with trains. White Plains, okay. Local fire. Schools. There's a lot of frequencies here in Westchester County. Yeah, nothing with rail here. So now I'm gonna go back to Westchester County, and then I'm gonna go to Yonkers. Yeah, so it's just that. Oh, Metro? No, that's not Metro. No, never mind. Yeah. Anyway, let me search. I could search. I me put Metro North Railroad. Anyway, so Metro North they have, but that's Connecticut though. But I think it's probably the same frequency for the. So they're about 160-ish to 161, New Haven line, and then Amtrak. There's some Amtrak right here. I saw Amtrak. So 160 to 162. That's generally. Yeah, so James, yeah, you're right. So 160 to 162, you're gonna find a lot of railroad stuff. So in my case, either I get New York City Transit, Metro North, or Amtrak because I get all that, and down the Hudson I get all that. I'm gonna have all that, and I didn't even put CSX. Let me see what happened. I put CSX. Probably the same thing. So let me search for that. I'll put CSX. Let me see what happened if I put CSX. CSX rail road. Let me see what I got for that. I see. Yeah, so the same thing, 160-ish. But that's not listed in New York. That's Ohio. But again, it's the same range, 160. So I might hear CSX in there too. The thing is, over here, I don't. So anyway, that's it. So yeah, so that'd be nice to hear that too. Railroad frequency. So yeah, so 160 to 160 and 60. Yeah, well, 160 through 162 because some of it is 161 at 161 something. So maybe with a scanner, I can scan that range and here's some railroad. Yeah, that'd be cool. And then also when I'm in the by the Hudson, I can do boat traffic. There's a lot of boats there, so marine traffic. I could do videos on that too. There's container ships there, all types of boats there. Remember the website marinetraffic.com? Remember I showed you the map? And there's a lot of boating that goes on there. There's even right here in Yonkers, I mean, I go right there by the Hudson. You're gonna see big containers and all that, super tankers and all that, whatever they call them. I don't know why this thing keeps doing this. Oh, you got the marine? Yeah, I have it on. I think I have it on my phone too. I think I put it on my phone. Marine traffic app. I like that stuff. It's pretty cool. I watch videos on there. I like it. I like watching those videos. Different ships. I was always ever since I was a kid, I love transport. I love planes. I love trains. I love those. I love the big ships though. I don't care about the little small craft like tankers. I love those. And of course now we have all these container ships now. It's like I like that. I like to watch that kind of stuff. There's channels that they show that stuff and they just show marine traffic. It's pretty cool. It's very soothing to watch. I need to configure out band sync because it's doing it every often. It says sync to band IPs to the server band list. It syncs a lot. See, look. I think checks often. Look. Let me put it right there. You see? I'm gonna leave it there for a while. Let's see how often. If anybody connects, it's gonna do Let me see. I'm gonna connect so you can see. FM DX, and then I'm gonna connect. And then if I connect, there you go. Watch. And let's see. Let's see what it does. Nothing. It's just waiting. I need to configure that to do not to do it so often because it's doing it like too many times. Look at that. Let me see. Let me go to my plugin. Oh, not the plugin. User management is right here. So see, this is this is the interface on my server. You see? So see, look, it just did that right there. You see that? It's synced. So I need to do it less frequent. Sync every hour, right? That's what I put. I don't want that. I want it every let me see. I'll do it every 3 hours. Can I save it here? All right. Oh, I want that. I did it wrong. Okay, so I want it every 3 hours. Okay, so to auto sync. Now I save it. Okay. So now I shouldn't do it that often. I had it every hour. So now I put every 3 hours. Because it's doing too much. Every hour is ridiculous. Yeah, so this is a button. I didn't know that was a button. Save settings. I thought I thought I saved it over here, but I had to click that. There was a button right there. You click it there, and then so now I put every 3 hours. Okay, that's what I want. Yeah, because it was doing it too often, you know. See, that's me connected right now. But it was, look at if you see all this, look. It's, too often. I don't want it to be that often. I'll do every 3 hours because they're already on the list no matter what. But locally, because I have local band. See, this is the list band, but I have local band right here. You see, and this is the plugin band. So this comes from, okay, and I could add these to the, but I don't want to add these yet. So you see, and then I have all this stuff, and I can add the local band here too. Well, you're not showing up yet. Underneath the Christmas tree. 92.3. Let me put on 92.3. There you go.
Story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important.
All right. I just hooked up to your website. Well, you're not showing up here. There's only one person on. It's me. I'm the only person that's on the server right now. I do local ban. I banned somebody this morning because he kept auto connecting. I was updating the for example, I'll show you. If you go on medium wave now, right? Right?
I mean, and he wasn't president, right? I mean, all right.
You see, now I got the ID. Sorry. I'm trying to put it where this thing. Okay, let me put it like this. You see, you got the ID now on medium wave. So if I tune, this keyboard needs to move over here. So when I tune now, right? Let me go to WOR. Oh, you saw the other one, right? WGN. You see, I updated all that now. So I'm medium wave now. You get an ID. And it looks like this. Let me put it up close. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Come on, man. So you see? Now I can't that distance thing, I can't change that. They need they need an option to delete that because right now it's measuring from where the creator of that plugin, that's the distance from where he's at to here. So that unfortunately I cannot get rid of the distance. So I need to figure out how to edit that out. Because I don't want to display the distance. So, and by the way, it's only once on 710. If you got multiple call signs, yeah, another person was auto connecting this morning. Another idiot. And he was doing it while I was doing this. He actually did it like when I was there. Like, what a dumbass. He saw that he saw that I had the admin lock on it. I had the admin lock, and I'm up and I'm tuning the AM band. And he's and because every time every time you update a record, you have to restart the server. Every time you add a new record, you have to update the server. So you have to reboot the server. So every time I reboot the server, it would disconnect them. And then as soon as my server was online, he would reconnect automatically. Like, what a dumbass. So the chat was still open. So I told him, I gave him a warning, can you please stop reconnecting? And he didn't reply. Of course he doesn't reply. He's like the other guy. They don't like to chat. So then I kept adding the records, right? I kept adding the records. I'll show you. Jesus Christ. Where am I at right now? So, I was adding. See, like I added that one this morning. Although you're not going to hear anything right now, it's daytime. And now you can hear it. I can hear it a little bit. So that's why I added the ones that I can hear. Why is one of two? Oh, I need to fix that. Oh, that's a mistake. I need to fix that. Okay, that one I need to fix. Oh, I need to fix that. I need to fix that one. Anyway, I'll fix it. But, every time I kept adding another station, you have to restart the server. So he will auto-connect like a dumbass. So I banned him. And then he comes back with another IP address. And this time when I did, I banned the whole range. The whole range. I banned the whole range. So you do the asterisk, asterisk that, when you ban the whole range, it's like, for example, 179.52, whatever it is, asterisk. Now I'm banning the whole range. So you can come back with different IP addresses with the first two set of numbers. Yeah, from the same area, San Francisco, California. The same two numbers, the same two sets. Except what a dumbass. So I said, you know what? I'm going to say, you know what? Fuck you. And now I'm going to do the whole, yeah, exactly. The nerve of the guy, right? So I banned the whole fucking, the whole range. He hasn't been back since. He hasn't been back. That's it. And if he comes back with another set, I'm going to ban that whole range too. That's all. So anyway, I got to fix that one. That one I screwed up. So I didn't. Okay, so I'll fix that one tonight. See, Zoomer's right there. I added Zoomer. You see. So Zoomer. See, so I need to figure out how to eliminate this. And then if you click on it, it opens this up. It opens this up. But it has that stupid distance thing. I don't know what the hell, but I can't do nothing about that because the guy that created that, at some point, I gotta see if I could anyway, he close it. Let me see the home. Okay. Sanjay received the point. What he did. Let's see. Let me see what he did today. Oh, good boy. See more. Let's see what he did. Good boy. Okay, come on. Okay, 1 point. Okay, good. No, I'm just getting a text from the teacher. Okay, so you got a point today on his assignment. Okay, good. Yeah, it's a nice little feature because at least you can see the info. And I'll figure out how to tweak it and eliminate that. And then you know. So I'm adding more stations. So when I hook up the MFJ T86 loop, I'm gonna have to add more stations because you're gonna hear more. You're gonna hear more medium wave now. So I'm doing little by little. Because I use radio locator. I use radio locator for the info, but radio locator, they have a limit on how many times you can search. I think it's like I forgot what's the number. They always have a limit. So I think it's like 15 or 20 searches. Yeah, I know it will be AMDX instead. Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna switch the antenna tonight, and then I'll keep adding more stations. See, I got WJR. I heard that one last night. Yeah, I'm gonna add. I'll add a 530. I'll add that one. But right now with the FM antenna, you're not gonna hear nothing at 530. Now, when I hook it up to the MFJ 1886 loop, you might hear. So 530 is gonna have two entries. You're gonna have CAIO and Cuba, right? So that one I have to put 2 entries. I'm gonna have to put 2 entries. So if it's 2 entries, you're gonna have to maneuver here. Click, 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 click. It's gonna say 1 of 2, whatever. Last winter, I was hearing it almost sometimes every night. It depends. It was like every night, real late. Conditions were good. I could hear it. Of course, rarely I heard the Canadian one, the CAIO. I don't know what happened with that one. But yeah, I will hit Cuba. 640. 640 is another one that I will hear sometimes. So, WABC. And then 790. I used to hear Radio Reload. I heard them before in the summertime. I heard 640. The strongest one out of all of them is 640. For me, for where I'm at in my history, the strongest Cuban station I ever heard was 640. That's a Progreso, Radio Progreso. 640. That's the one that if you go to my channel, those are the most clearest 640. 790, not anymore. I haven't heard Radio Relo in over a year now. So that thing faded. I don't get 790 anymore. It's 640, 530, and sometimes 670. Sometimes 670. 670. And sometimes 600. 600. But either is the country 600 or that one. No, if I switch it to the MFJ, you might hear it. You might be able to hear it still. You might hear it. You might. I mean, I heard Chicago last night with this regular FM antenna. I was hearing Chicago. So it wasn't that bad. It was at 3 a.m, but I was hearing Chicago. I heard KXCL. I heard a little bit of KXCL with the FM antenna at 4 a.m, 1540. I put it down. So let me go to CKLW. I heard that one this morning. I heard that one. Let me go to 840. I heard that one this morning. So I heard that one. The ones that I put there is because I heard them with the FM antenna. But I'm going to put the MFJ and you're going to hear a lot more. MFJ is going to blow away The MFJ is gonna blow away that FM antenna. You're gonna hear. You might hear 5. I think you might hear 530. You might hear it tonight. You might not. You might hear it. Or 640. That's the one I gotta really. If I had to put my money on one of them, it's 640. 640. And then 860, you're gonna hear that tonight. That's Canada 870. And so you see, so as you can see, I added you know, I'm gonna add more. I'll be adding more, and sorry, fix this. So I'll be updating more and more, but I'm gonna switch them because I'm not putting the AirSpy no more. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And by the way, also you can hit shortwave. With the MFJ, you're gonna be able to hit shortwave. So if you want to hit shortwave, you can. The shortwave database. I didn't want to put it because it's too big and it changes. So I'm not gonna put that one for now. I want to see how the MFJ and this works. I may put a few of them, like CHU. I'll put a few maybe. Or they have a Aoki database. I'll put that one in there. I have the Aoki database for this one, B25. I have the Aoki. I could put that in there. And you'll get shortwave. But the problem is it puts a bunch of medium wave crap. That's why I didn't like that one, because it started putting Radio Romania on medium wave. And you're not gonna hear what I hear. So the database is too much. And it has a whole bunch of shortwave stations that we don't hear over here. They literally put the whole Aoki, AOKI, right? Aoki, that's what I pronounce it, Aoki. Aoki B25 database. So I had that here, but I deleted it because it was useless with this antenna. But if I put the when I put the MFJ, I'll probably do it myself. I'll put like WWCR, right? I may do that way. Like, I'll put like WWCR or whatever, or WRMI, that's it. I'll put the time signal for sure. CHU. WWV, of course, I'll put that in there maybe. Not that many. So Radio Havana, Cuba, even though you can't hear it. CFRX Toronto, I'll put that one in there. 6070. I'll put like some of those. But I'll probably just go to the Aoki and go through and start deleting. I'll edit the Aoki one, but the Aoki one is huge. It's big. It's humongous. It's a big database. So I will have to start deleting. Like, it starts with the time signal on long wave. So I will have to delete all that. Even the long wave station, I would just delete all that. Yeah, let me close this. Anyway, let me close this. Yeah, my channel. Yeah, I'll show you. Cuba. You'll hear Cuba right now. I'm gonna play it for you. One of my strongest Cuban right here. I did it with that radio with the Anyway, I'll play it up here. Let me go here. Let me use it up here as a bigger screen. I'll do it here. Let me just do a search. My channel, Cuba. So you can hear, so you can watch all my videos right now. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see which one. I should have put medium wave. Anyway. Let me go to medium wave. Trying to find medium wave. So this is 5:30. Here we go.
Get the best holiday deals at Verizon. Now you can get iPhone 7.
See, it's like that. It's not going to be strong. Not that strong. Hear the announcer? You heard it? Radio Enciclopedia. And then they play the jingle. They play the, I think that's the anthem or something. Not like the anthem. But 5:30, if you hear his classical music, that's dumb. There's only 2 stations listed in the whole. If you hear Indian music, then that's the Canadian one. CAIO. That's what they play, Indian music. Yeah, you know, you hear the Bollywood music, then that's. But if you hear classical music like this, because this one is Spanish classical music, then that's Cuba. That's the only 2. That's it. So you get one or the other. That's it. And then 640, let me put a good one. A nice loud one. 640, let me see. What is it? I got a whole bunch of them. Oh my God. Hey, 640, here we go. That's 640, yes.
Este amor tan fatal que te da también esta fiebre de ti, esta ansia de mente, este calor del infierno.
It's pretty clear, right? Loud, that's same announcer. She's there too. Same announcer. Female. It's the same announcer from Radio Enciclopedia. She does La Onda de la Alegría.
Continuamos juntos aquí en el
So now it's the other announcer.
Existen diversas formas de enamorar en diversos lugares del mundo que son muy curiosas. Mire, empecemos por Grecia. Los griegos tenían como costumbre adornar la puerta de la amada antes del alba con coronas y guirnaldas con flores. O mire también que escribían en varios puntos de una calle algunos versos que recreaban la hermosura de su dama y la pasión que sentían por ella. Y existen referencias que todavía existen. ¿Y cómo? Pues existe un conjunto de...
And then you got Radio Reloj. I'm going to put 790. Let me just put 790. Let me see which one. Radio Reloj. I'll put the Grundig. Let me see. I think that one is the best audio.
Prada, 2000 runway.
eBay 2025.
No. Yeah, yeah, the pimp.
La misma sede brindará el viernes a la misma hora de música tradicional oportunidad para disfrutar de una música radio 10:57 minutos. Funcionan colegios universitarios en Santiago, Cuba. Como parte de las transformaciones de las universidades cubanas para el ingreso.
Yeah, like every second you hear and every song you hear so that's the first thing you can hear, even if it's faint. When you hear that that's dumb. 7-9, Radio Reloj. And they have several frequencies, by the way. Several frequencies. So I used to always get them on 790. That was mine. Radio Reloj. And of course, Radio Reloj. And then my internet receiver, the way when you hear my internet receiver, I used to have that, right? Of course, in my app, I listen. And this is how it sounds. This is what it's supposed to sound. This is here we go.
De la Revolución Bolivariana.
There you go. I'm going to start from the beginning.
17 minutos.
Amor de familia, conclusión. El argumento del filme Amor y Amistad transcurre en 1790 contando dos sucesos.
Radio Reloj, right there.
Ella visita una hacienda con el objetivo de
ciertos rumores. And they play that. I don't know why they have a tuning thing there. Like when it hits midday, they play that and they announce like different time zone in Spanish.
Para un numeroso grupo familiar que existió verdaderamente. Ellos lograron imponer su vocación por la música. Hablamos del título La familia Funk Track. Recordemos que el día 22 de este mes, el Cineclub Brasil presentará la cinta
That video is 8 years old now. Wow.
Cerramos Leal. Radio Reloj. 5:28 minutos.
Notas para hoy queremos.
They do that too, and then like, I like to hear that.
Del Centro de Estudios sobre la Juventud acerca de la violencia intrafamiliar mirando desde la perspectiva.
They do that jingle thing. So you might hear that sometime.
Se desarrollan las actitudes violentas en las familias que aparentemente son muy funcionales. Por ello se centró no en los muchachos que a primera vista parecían problemáticos, sino en aquellos que...
So of course that was with the stream. That's a stream. That's not the receiver. When I had the internet radio, remember I told you about that? That receiver doesn't do that no more. So now that's why that receiver used to be nice. It was ahead of its time. And then they didn't. It doesn't do that anymore. So.
5:29 minutos.
Una educación Debemos recordar, joven, que buscas el saber en Radio Reloj, que el principal objetivo de la investigación sobre la violencia intrafamiliar vista desde la perspectiva de los adolescentes, realizada por el Centro de Estudios sobre la Juventud, fue contribuir a tu mayor dicha. Y también que entre los resultados que arrojó su cuenta, imprescindiblemente que resulta una educación límpida, la necesidad de que tu familia no te sobreproteja, a modo de que crezcas conociendo cuáles son tus necesidades reales y cómo luchar por satisfacerlas, fue otra de las luces arrojadas por la indagación del Centro de Estudios sobre la Juventud. En resumen, el establecimiento de límites flexibles que no pasen por alto las conductas erróneas puede resultar el primer paso hacia una apacible vida intrafamiliar. Radio Reloj.
I used to hear this when I was a kid in Puerto Rico.
5:30 minutos.
A continuación, un boletín de
That was like my first DX medium wave. But I too. It used to remind me. Remember 1010 Winds with the typewriter? Remember the old 1010 Winds used to have a typewriter? Oh, teletype? It kind of reminded me of that. And so I was like, yeah. And then, what's the other station? Another one I used to hear. What's the other one? I'll find the other one. Yeah. Man, I miss CHML. Wow. There's CHML right here.
That raincoat can be seen in
CHML.
special position.
It used to be booming. Remember the old time radio shows? I used to listen to them here. I miss that station.
We bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
I miss that station. I miss that station so much. Yeah.
Here we are in the Black Museum, Scotland Yard Museum. Here are the objects of homicide, the weapons, the clues, which one time and another betrayed.
I remember that, man. I miss that CHML. Man. CHML. Wow. See, look, Cuban 600 right here. Look. Yeah, the strongest station from Canada. That's definitely was them. So the Cuban 600. Here we go. So I picked the Cuban 600 also. And that's the loop. MFJ 1886. So I'm going to hook it up tonight. I want to see if you log any of them tonight. I want to see how many stations you can log in. So that's they're really on 600. All right. Then you hear the country station. You can hear the country station mixing. Deportiva. It's coming in. It was booming that night. That night was booming. Rebelde de la Habana. Era the jingle. Rebelde de la Habana. La emisora de la revolución. And I hear that, when I used to hear that, I used to get goosebumps. Like, oh my God, yeah. I get Cuba. Rebelde de la Habana. That's when you know you got the Havana. The Havana. Rebelde. Let's see what else. This, I haven't got this in a long time. WOAI 1200, San Antonio, Texas, man. I think the other ones are better receivers. The other radio was better. Let me. News Radio 1200 WOAI out of San Antonio. San Antonio, Texas, baby. That radio right there, that's the San Gian PRD5. That one got a big 200 millimeter ferrite. I wish that one had a bandwidth filter. That's something that this radio doesn't have a bandwidth. It could have narrowed the bandwidth. Would have got a. Well, that was the first time. That's the first time I got that one in Texas. Like, oh, it's crazy. I was like, whoa! I was so excited. I was excited. That was my first Texas. I'm gonna go any minute. I'm gonna start getting ready in about 10 minutes. I'll wrap it up. Right now it's 2:34, so I gotta be there. I gotta be there at 3 o'clock. But I'll wrap it up in another 10 minutes. And then, so yeah. There you go. And sometimes I watch my whole videos, and yeah, sometimes I watch it. Oh, you want me to keep going? I wish I can, but I gotta clean. As soon as I bring them here, I gotta feed them, and then I'm gonna go. I gotta start taking boxes. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, no, I have to take care because I didn't do it yesterday, and you know I gotta catch up today because it's for the party. You know, I gotta store because like I ranted earlier, I'm the one that cleans here, so I have to clear out the entrance. And by the way, those are her boxes. I gotta put them in that. I gotta stuff them in that room upstairs. And I gotta bring down. I have a nutcracker, a big nutcracker, and a snowman. I'm gonna put them in the entrance there when they come in. When they come into the house, what they call it, the foyer. Anyway, there's gonna be a nutcracker there. I already have the lights for the banister, so I'm gonna put another lights there so it could look real nice when they come into the house. You know me. I like to dress it up. Yeah. Let me do one more. Let's see if I can find one more. One more. Let's see what else. Let's see what else. Let me see what else. Real quick. Oh my God. Yeah, Tasso. So 530. Let me see 600. That country station. But that one, the audio. That one, I never got a real booming audio. Tres Leche. Tres Leche. That's what it's called, Tres Leches. It's very good cake. Oh, it's very good. We're getting it from the Bronx. Dominican bakers. They make good. They make that bake. They're good. Dominican too. They're very good. Tres Leches. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So let me see. Anyway, that's Country 600. So CKAT. It's country music. There you go. So that's North Bay, Ontario. And then again here, they changed their call sign. Their call sign used to be CFCH, but now it's CKAT. So 600. I got it right here too on the Radio Shack DX398. Those were the good old days. I need to do these old videos again. And I'm using the Turk Advantage. Turk AM Advantage. Turk loop. You hear that? That's pretty good. That's right. Look at he's saying, yeah. I need to go back to this stuff too sometimes. I stay up late and do, but I pretty much caught everything that I wanted to catch. You know, it's like how many times I gotta keep doing that? You know, that's the problem. I pretty much you know. Although I've been hearing some different stuff lately. 900 I hear, but I don't know what the you know. I know I get a gospel station there, but I'm hearing Spanish. So I'm hoping it's Mexico. That will be my first Mexican medium wave station. I never caught a station from Mexico so far. You know, I might have gotten one before, but I remember here at the boiler room, I was doing a live stream. Remember there was a station that it sounded, and I think Melody Dix ID'd it for me, but I didn't hear no. You know, I wanted to confirm it with the call sign and all that stuff, but I couldn't do it. It faded away. I hate when I was waiting for the top of the hour, and then it faded away. I was like, no. At the top of the hour, it faded away. I was waiting for the call sign or whatever, you know, national anthem. You know, Mexican, they play the national anthem sometimes. It faded like, I was like, no. Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna sign off now. 2:41. I'm gonna get ready to go pick up my son. I will be back here hopefully tomorrow, God willing. I've been out for 4 hours and 40 minutes. That's a pretty good long, nice, Pretty good long live stream. I did one yesterday, 5 hours. So I've been on a lot. So thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Have a great day. Bye-bye.